Hello everyone, welcome to the 7th round of the London Classics. I'm Grandmaster Alireza. I'm accompanied by the former world champion, Grandmaster Antonetta Stefanova. Antonetta, welcome.
Thank you, Alireza. I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, today we have this 7th round, maybe not critical for the first place because Abdusattorov is on fire. But a lot of players are in some group, half points, 1 point trailing each other. We can check the current standings. Of course, Abdusattorov is still reachable, but
amazing result, no? 5.5 out of 6. Just made 1 draw in the first round, and just won all the other games. And Alireza, of course, 1 point ahead of the rest, but fight after that is really very close.
Antonetta, do you recall maybe your winning streak? What was the longest one?
I think, okay, I mean, I won my first world championship under 10 with 11 out of 11.
Bobby Fischer style.
So I think that was the longest for sure. But later on in strong events, I think I won 7 in a row in a very strong women tournament in Groningen. Some years ago with other world champions and stuff. But I started with 0 out of 2 there, and then I won the first place with 7.5. So I made 7.5 out of 8.
Yeah, when you are having this winning streak, I had 7 out of 7. Everything goes your way. So let's check current situation. Let's see how games will develop today. Let's go to the playing hall. We have interesting matchups. For example, Gawain John versus Adams. Nothing goes Gawain's way, but I believe that he will be very eager to clinch at least 1 victory. And with white pieces, he's quite fine. His main problem are black pieces. All 3 games he lost. So with the white pieces, he will try to push. Then we have Mishra with Telyanov. Mishra is a very solid player, but yesterday joining me in the studio, he was saying that versus Alireza, he wanted to try something sharp because too many draws. You had this feeling that somehow you're fed up with all those draws and let's play something.
And they did have an interesting game, right?
Exactly.
Even though it finished in a draw, I think.
Exactly. Then Nikita Vityugov versus Alireza. Nikita was well known for d4 stuff. Same as me and you, Antonetta, but then he switched a bit or added e4 like Levon Aronian. These days, I think you need to play all the moves. So
even
it's not surprising.
I added e4 to my repertoire. So yeah, because I think today everybody should play everything. Otherwise, it's just becoming kind of boring and toothless. You cannot really catch your opponents so easily if you play just d4 or just e4. So.
Yeah, and we have Nodirbek playing versus Luke McShane, e4, e5, knight f3. This Rui Lopez, still cards were not open, so I don't know what will be the main line, main idea of black, but we can expect some Berlin, probably, because Luke is, as I mentioned yesterday, very skillful in endgames, and I think that suits his style, although he was playing King Sidian. And he can also play aggressive chess, but I believe that today he might go for Berlin. What do you think, Etty? Will this happen?
Well, big chance. And I think we'll see it soon, if it actually happens or not. And I'm really curious to see what Abdusattorov has prepared against the Berlin, because it is one of the most solid openings.
What I've noticed from Abdusattorov and Sidarov, I don't know, have you noticed as well? They are quite passionate when they are coming to the board. They are sort of running. They're quite emotional, and I love this, especially when they blitz. When Abdusattorov is playing blitz, he's shaking his legs. He's very determined. So I love this energy. It's something like from previous time.
Yeah, no, I noticed the same with the Uzbek girls actually. Last week was the World's Women Team Championship, and also less than 2 months ago I was in Uzbekistan, so I met them there again. And also they have this fire, you know, and especially in blitz, it's very impressive to see how quick they are and how well they calculate. Of course, the guys are very top players, as we saw also in the World Cup. So, yeah.
It drew my attention because I saw that it seemed to me like Luke will fall asleep while Abdusattorov was already there. Conquering some space on the chessboard, but without making moves. Still, the move is not coming, right? We don't have it yet. So was that some kind of surprise? I really don't believe it.
No, but sometimes I'm sure it happened to you as well. That your opponent goes for something that maybe you didn't expect 100%. And then it's kind of psychological war, yeah? Do you go for your usual stuff, your main line, or you think that your opponent prepared something really very interesting there and you prefer to deviate from that? So I don't know, maybe we'll have the chance to ask Luke later what was he thinking. But he's spending some 2 minutes.
Just to explain the process, so he's not seeing this position for the first time, I believe.
I believe so.
So he's now scanning his database. What did he play, against whom, when, what his opponent was playing, which line maybe he might play without knowing all the moves, remembering. So it's now some kind of scanning process. And when he decides, he will start to play quite fast. So
yeah, I think you're very right about that, because from what I see from the camera, from the tournament hall, he's not looking at the board.
Yeah.
He's just clearly thinking, how you said, in his head, what exactly he would like to play, even without too much preparation. But, you know, sometimes you think that your opponent prepared something and maybe he didn't really prepare something that you don't know, so it's kind of bluffing stuff. But Abdusattorov looks confident. He has, I think he's waiting impatiently for the move.
I saw Malcolm Payne running somewhere. Hopefully that's not, you know, when you don't have camera, you're not following broadcasts, suddenly you check the games on chess.com or, I don't know, some platforms, and it seems it's stuck. So hopefully they are not sending emails to the organizer that this board is not working. It's working. We have the position. Okay, let's offer some options. Knight f6. I think you played g6, 97 lines.
I play everything. I played knight g7. I played g6. I played Berlin quite a few times as well. And also I play a6 and then everything, d6, g6,
let's
knight
just
g7.
show the viewers possibility. Knight f6, Berlin wall. I believe that here that opening is very popular because in 2000 Garry Kasparov actually broke his teeth against Kramnik in London match. So Berlin wall is quite popular here. Knight f6, a6, the main move, d6 Steinitz move. Then you have knight e7 line, g6, bishop c5. What else we can mention? Even knight d4. There are so many like off-bet lines. There was a famous book by Ivan Sokolov playing some off-bet lines. And there was one line offer. Magnus Carlsen was playing Titles Tuesday something, and then he joined the studio. And you know which move he played? And he was actually throwing some analysis that I was super impressed. Can you guess the move? So it's not the main move. Some crap.
Some prep. I don't know. Knight a5.
No. Yanish, no. Yanish. Come on, give me some.
d5.
No.
g5.
g5.
So
he played g5. And actually he was showing some lines that there is some sack with d4, and then after g4 that you should sacrifice. He knew all the things, and the guy, of course, didn't sacrifice against Magnus, and suddenly he got a super playable position.
Okay.
I know that I'm playing this in Blitz. You have this Kazakhstan variation. Since one I am from Kazakhstan is playing this line. I'm playing this all the time on internet, and people are 5 out of, I don't know, 10 for sure. They don't know, maybe even 7 or 8. So there are these days you can play.
Do you know
everything.
what I used to play when I was a teenager?
Okay.
d4, knight f6, g4.
D4?
Knight f6, g4.
Yeah, I know this, that Gavin Jones was playing this as well. Simon Williams and I don't know, some other guys.
It is interesting, actually.
It's funny how we expected some blitzing 15 moves to analyze some position, and suddenly we're speaking about third moves, deviations. Okay,
but we do have
okay, so
Berlin and d3.
So we guessed correctly. Knight f6, c3.
So no endgame.
Yeah, just to show to the viewers that the main line. Of course, Garry Kasparov is regretting this a lot. That after castles, knight e4, you have this line which is famous. And I was telling this story many times. I was playing at the European Individual Youth Championship in 1999 in Greece. And there was one player, grandmaster from Israel. At that time, he was an IM, Evgeny Postny, and he was playing this line. So it was in 1999. And I said, he was playing all the time next to me, and he's playing this, for me, it looked like horrible suffering endgame. And I said, why this guy, yeah, he's a masochist, he's playing this line which no one would play. And I said, this is really horrible. And this, I don't know why those people are doing this. And then I'm trying to turn on the match, Kasparov versus Kramnik, and I see the
You see the same position, yeah?
I was laughing so hard. At that time, by the way, Rajabov won, being only 12 years old, he won this European championship under 18. So this line, of course, is quite solid, and at some stage, by the way, when I was watching Magnus Carlsen versus Nakamura, you have those speedchess.com championships under how it goes under 5, then 3, and then there is a bullet.
Yeah.
And he plays all the time this Berlin endgame, Nakamura with black, Magnus with white, and it's so instructive how Magnus always managed to outplay him there.
Not easy.
Not easy at all.
Yeah.
Bishop c. You were entering that line or not? That endgame from time to time?
Yeah, sure. But, well, I mean, to be honest, I prefer when white plays d3 against me. Because, okay, the endgame, of course, it's a matter of taste. Many players really love to play it with black. Others, they like to play it with white. And but this d3 is like, especially if you play these systems with bishop c5, you just avoid a lot of lines with c3, d4 immediately. So that is why I liked when people played with d3 against me.
So castles, d6, bishop g5. Okay, there are lot of nuances here. We won't dig too deep. By the way, I believe that you remember that famous game of Capablanca, where actually he locked opponent bishop, and that was something memorable. I mean, you are like a youth player, junior player, you need to know that classics and how Capablanca actually completely restricted this piece. Of course, after g5, when there is no bishop on e7, there is always something to analyze, and this is this sacrifice which is possible. Then usually it's better for black not to have castled yet, because sometimes there are options of counter sacrifice with rook g8, rook g5. But frankly speaking, I was always scared by those sacrifice on g5 when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, computers always seem to like it for black. I mean, not always, but in many cases that for humans looks really very scary. And yeah, but let's see.
Just to give one more detail. So, for example, sometimes, let's say d6, h3, black wants to maybe go to g4, and if you play h3, let's say after the castle, so let's do it this way. Let's say that I play something like, I don't know, queen e7, castle, queen e7. If you go h3 now, let's say now it's dangerous, because if black didn't castle yet, then h6, g5 can be an issue. So sometimes players are waiting that black castles and then white castles, not to be attacked so easily with h6, g5 if you push h3. So here, after bishop g5, another story. g5 played? No, that was my analysis, sorry.
Not
so bishop g5 is the move. I believe that you know Antonetta, but I will use this opportunity just to say, former world champion, career high rating, almost 2600, winning all possible events, latest one European Team Championship 2013, 23, right, with Bulgarian
Right.
national team. So these days, ambassador of chess, involved in women chess. I believe that you have some meeting here.
Yeah, we will have a workshop on the 4th. So very happy to be here, commentating, having the workshop. And also I'll play the rapid.
Okay.
So
maybe you will get a chance to play versus Antonetta. And
maybe.
yeah, Ardiraga is always bringing some drinks without even asking. So it's so nice. Thanks for that. Okay, let's check other games. You have coffee or you want one?
Thank you.
So let's see which game we haven't followed. Nicolas Theodorou, once again, maybe okay, if you're following this event, then you know a little bit more about him, but I was following European Team Championship in Batumi, Georgia, a month ago. He was playing first board for Greece, and he was doing this fabulously because he was holding against top players, winning against some 25 players, so he was really, really doing great. And I've noticed that this player has 2700 already strength, but his rating is not following it yet. But a very, very strong player. He was studying in US, now he's back to Greece, and he wants to play professionally. In former times, Greek was represented by players like Papaioannou. Maybe you were following, there are many videos, classes of Yanis, then Banikas was there, Halkias,
Sure.
few more grandmasters, but now you have him, Nicolas and Stamatis.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, at the World Cup in the Goa, recent World Cup, that Stamatis kicked out a few very good players, and this player is also, if you ask me, underrated. So now Greece has some new force, and of course, you know Stavroula Tsolakidou,
Well, yeah.
very talented woman player.
No, but Greece has always performed very well in team championships. If you have noticed in the past, because as you say, maybe they didn't have top 20 players, but as a team, they always performed very well. But now, yes, they have these two very interesting players, so I'm expecting even better performances from them. And yeah, they play this...
Fianchetto, Greenfeld, actually it transport. Usually it goes after d4, d5.
Yes, normally you get it from a different move order.
Yeah, this is typical. But here it went differently. And usually this is what's played when like player who don't want to risk at all. I know some grandmasters, when they're playing against stronger player, then they play this c3 to exchange and to beg for a draw. But here, of course, that's not the case. Nicolas is not playing for a draw.
I don't think that that's the case, but let's see.
Yeah, 94.
Because this was considered that knight c3, knight e4 is kind of equalizing immediately, right?
Yeah, knight d2.
Knight d2.
A little surprise.
I don't think I have ever seen this move. I don't know if you know it. But let's see.
Playable position. I wouldn't be so worried with the black pieces, but also...
I hope they will not repeat now knight f3, knight e4, right?
No. Let's leave this for Dubov, who was repeating that famous repetition with knight g1, knight f, Nepo and then Dubov. Let's leave this option for them. Yeah. So knight d2, knight f6. Okay, he has a point that you stopped your development. And after knight d2, you should ask yourself where to go. By the way, sometimes I'm showing this famous line. There was a game of Croatian GM, Ognjen Cvitan versus one Serbian GM. And take a look how it went. So after c4, his opponent plays e5. And this is something Cvitan don't want to play. He wants to play this position. This is something he wanted to play and put the knight on e2. But if he goes c4, his opponent will play e5. So he needs to play knight f3, because then his opponent plays c5. And now c4, knight c6, he likes this position, but now the issue is that the knight is on f3. He would love to have it on G1 and then play at some stage E3 and knight goes to E2.
He just went knight
No,
G1.
he went knight F3 and his opponent plays knight E4 line.
Ah, okay.
Which is normal line, can be played. And then he played knight G1 and his opponent was so happy that he's heading for a draw, but that was not the case. He just played bishop G2 and then went to E2. You have this game in the database. Cvitan versus Ristic. So I don't know if there is...
He got what he wanted.
Yes, exactly.
Finally, yeah?
And I love this subtle way. So here we have this position. Hang on. They are repeating. Maybe they studied in US together. Okay, let's go full screen. Let's sense the danger. Who is a good, okay, you can be a good body language reader or lips reader. What's going on? Do we have some concludentan?
Well, none of them is looking at the board. What are they thinking? Is it a shame to make a draw so quickly? But we are tired and we need a day off, or what?
Then you have this famous Dubov's quote, if I play bad, no one regrets me. So this is my own tournament. I will do what I want. But yeah, I don't believe that they will repeat. But as I said, I wouldn't condemn them if this happens.
No, sometimes it happens, you know, but yeah, I was a bit surprised. I thought that Teodoro, he prepared something because knight c3, knight e4 is considered kind of drawish line, right?
Yeah, just to remind you, so it happened this way, knight d2, knight f3, and knight came back.
Well, knight d2 is not forced, of course.
Yeah.
And,
Queen b3 can be played many moves.
Yeah, it is much more interesting to play knight c3 without castling, right? But here they got it in a different move order. So.
I was not in the playing pool checking. There is a screen for that players can watch live games. So I believe that they're checking it now. They're watching some others.
Okay.
Okay, interesting moment. Will we have a perpetual? Which, of course, many people had it in careers. Quick draw, of course, people would say, we didn't buy a ticket for that, but what to do? Yeah.
Well, still a lot of exciting games, and still this didn't happen, right? They didn't repeat 3 times. But maybe let's check the Elianov, Mishra against Elianov, because they have played a lot of moves already.
Yeah, just to add that Sam has lost last 2 games. For him, draw with the black pieces, it's quite fine. Nicolas is doing quite solid in this event. If I'm not mistaken, he's on 50%. Let me just check. So, no, he's -1. By the way, if you speak with grandmasters and top players, they would not tell you the number of points, never. They would just say -1, -2. For example, if you speak with Eti or you speak with Magnus Carlsen, after 10 rounds, he will say, I'm +4. How are you? I'm +5. That means 50% is 5. This is 0, no plus. If you have half point more than 50%, so let's say 1 win and all draws, then you're +1. If you have 2 wins and all other draws, you are +2. If you have 1 loss, 1 win, he said 50%. So that kind of answers you can expect from grandmasters. So they will say 50%, +1, +2, -1, -2. Yep. So Nicolas is on -1, while Sam is on -3, right? So he's -3 and -1. Okay. Maybe full screen just to sense the danger. Let's go full screen with this camera.
Okay.
So, professional body language reader is needed.
I think Teodoro is hesitating. Shankland is ready to make the draw. But it is, as usually, up to the player with the white pieces to decide, right? Because when you're playing black and you're playing decent opponent, especially in Shankland's position after losing 2 in a row, of course, there is nothing to blame if he repeats, because if he deviates, he will just get a worse position, and there is no point of doing that. But Teodoro is with the white pieces, so we are going to see if he has ambition for something more, or he will also be happy to call it a day and just make a draw and, prepare better for the last 2 rounds.
But you also have a different angle. Sometimes they say you need 2 for tango. I'm ready with white to push, but give me some chance. Don't play this super solid stuff. Play some Sicilian. Let's have a fight.
Okay,
but I agree that white is the one picking up.
It was white who played with c3 and entered this position. So, I mean, here I think it is white's responsibility.
Okay, we will keep and
I think he
we
did
will
it.
keep. No, let's go full screen. Let's go.
Let's invite them to the studio and ask why.
But as I said, I was just hoping for some fun. It's not about condemning players.
No,
they have their own right or own ideas. Can we go full screen? Yeah. Now Sam will come. He will write the move, or immediately he will just nod and say draw, and then score sheets will be signed.
No, but I don't think sometimes people watching from a side, they don't realize how really stressful and how tiring chess is. And sometimes you just don't sleep well, or you don't feel well for other reasons, and you don't feel that you can concentrate and really play the game as you should. And you can never know what's going on inside of somebody's head, right?
You know what I like? I like to follow events when I'm close to the playing hall, because if I'm doing this online, you really cannot grasp the tension. When I enter the playing hall, I feel, there is an energy. People are burning a lot of energy. It's very tough.
You know, because I have played so many tournaments that you have commentated, right? And every time when I see you in the playing hall and watching my position, I'm getting stressed. I'm like, okay, he's watching my position now. For sure, something is happening, you know. So
I won't do it anymore.
Good.
Promise.
Or maybe I won't play anymore. So you will not have the chance. But yeah, it is very stressful.
Okay, now closing ceremony will happen. Arbiter will come, and that's it.
I think they should claim according to the regulations, right?
I think it was claimed. Knight f6. Okay, and immediately, so he's inputting the move. This is correctly. Arbiter is inputting the move, because then the system immediately tells you if it's 3-time repetition, there is small arrow. And this is very useful when there are like more moves, not an obvious position. Then it's very useful to have that kind of technical support, because in previous time, that was funny. I was claiming draw, and I cannot read my own score sheet. That's why it was very important to write, because when it's normal, the game starting, you are writing so calmly, nicely, it looks so beautiful. But when it comes to time trouble, suddenly you're just making some birds or something, and then arbiter says, okay, show me when. I cannot read from my own score sheet. So this is quite useful to have this technology helping.
Okay.
And
I think it is approved.
No, I'm not sure, because engine says not. So I think it was false claim.
Really?
So he gave him 1 minute.
So it is for white to make one more move, right?
And now, let's say they said, I don't want to do. Let's have a fun. Okay. But this is awesome, It looks like World Blitz Rapid Championship with a dispute, but of course it will be a draw.
Yeah.
So funny. So we are learning rules. We are learning about variations. We are learning about moves, and we are learning about rules. Maybe someday we'll become.
Maybe.
We will become an arbiter.
Actually, I did pass the arbiter course with the best result in my group. It was more than 10 years ago, more than 15 years ago.
Don't mention this. 5 years ago. 3 years ago.
Last year.
You're not so old, Okay, let's check another game. You mentioned game of Vityugov.
No, I mentioned Mishra Elyanov's game.
Mishra and Pavel Elyanov. Okay, they are in this endgame. By the way, it was, hang on, it was quarterfinal where Abdusattorov, no, where Yakuboy was playing versus Donchenko, and he played this line with bishop f5, and I was not sure that this is a right approach, because white can really for a long put some pressure, even in the endgame. It's not that it's so solid. I know that many players were playing, for example, Nigel Short, Vladimir Kramnik, they're playing this line, but here you have one big danger, not to end up with that famous position. For example, let me try to show famous position. Don't get in that kind of position. Many players ended up, for example, there, and then you are a piece down. So forever. Watch out. You can find many games in database, but it was said necessity, or they push f5 because white is at some point threatening to go e4, and then they push f5 to control this e4, and then always this bishop is an issue.
Yeah, no, I never understood actually why people go for this line with black, because it seems to me that you just play for one result to make a draw, right?
And you need to be very precise.
Yeah, but okay, Elianov has a very good technique, so I think I kind of trust him that he will manage. But still, I mean, I don't know. It's not for my taste, this position that much.
As I said, you can be like 0.30 for white, and you still need to solve many problems. But while in some other openings, if you are 0.40 for your opponent, you are more than safe. You just liquidate and e-file or something. In this, this line, even if you are equal, you still need to put some precision. So it's, as you said, it's quite tough.
But okay, here white played bishop d3. So slightly different plan.
The point is, yeah, if you take and then I take this, this is some kind of concession. And
but I was thinking that okay, black maybe shouldn't take immediately, but just wait. Of course, white will never take on g6, I guess.
Let's discuss this, Antonetta. Rook b8, going to b2. So I can start this by playing rook a2, or I can maybe even come with the rook to c1. So just to show that we are not using, I'm not using engine, but this engine bar at least helps you with the evaluation. And then you might start laughing when I start offering some bad moves. So please don't do it. So rook b8, what do we do? Rook a2?
Rook a2 looks normal, right? I mean, what's the problem with your rook c1?
I don't know.
Maybe just rook b2
but
check.
I don't want to argue with this, with the boss, Aka engine.
Yeah. So what is engine saying? Just draw after rook c1 or what?
Rook b2, rook c2 probably.
Yeah, you might take it and then just go knight b6. Okay, knight b6 is the idea in any case, right? Because the knight is doing nothing on
okay, need to take, and then something like knight b6 you mentioned. Everything looks super drawish. Those are typical positions. If I would be white, I would think that I don't have anything. If I would be black, it's slightly unpleasant. I don't like this.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have those kind of positions where you don't want to play them with any sides.
Yeah.
Okay, white is, of course, not risking much. It should be some crazy scenario that this a pawn promotes, but usually. And one interesting thing that in this structure, Kasbah structure, you should mostly place your knight on d6. Why on d6? Because it covers this f5 square. From d6, it also controls e4. Usually this is the way where white makes a breakthrough. And also you're ready to jump on c4. So usually they are rerouting it immediately. Knight b8, knight c8, knight b6, knight c8, knight d6. But here knight is on d7. Okay, probably there were some reasons. There was no time to do it.
But somehow, I don't know. I think he got a playable version of this variation, Eliano. Because what I have seen, what you were mentioning from before, it was much more passive for black. So
this game would be perfect, you know where? Team tournament. If you are white, then your coach, your team captain says, bravo, you are pushing without risking. We don't like to risk. If you are black, very solid, fantastic idea. You are solid. You don't risk with the black pieces. This is typical how you play in team events.
True. But I have one question for you, Aloise. The system shows that Teodoro Shankland is still on.
Let's go to that board. Let's switch the camera.
I'm just wondering what happened.
Now, probably I don't know, maybe Malcolm sent them some note. Guys, no draws in this tournament.
Might be.
Maybe police is there. I don't know. Let's check. Okay. Not really. But what's going on?
I don't know. Because it shows here that like Teodoro has been thinking for a long time.
But this is super fun because I never seen this before. Suddenly, who is playing and it's crazy. Yeah, let's go full screen. Let's try to grasp what's going on here. CSI London, what's going on? Who is the first suspect, white or black?
But it looks that he is thinking. I mean, so. Because in the moment when they were claiming the draw, they both looked happy about it. And now, suddenly...
The weather has changed.
Yeah.
Okay, this is really something interesting. This is something funny. And yeah, I would love to hear afterwards what was going on here. Yeah, I believe that the viewers who are not following this broadcast, they are even more confused because they think maybe that some kids are playing on the board and that the game is over or something.
No, because...
The arbiter forgot to press the clock. Very strange.
It is very strange.
Okay.
But what do you think? He will repeat the third time or not? Because now it is up to white, to Teodoro to decide.
The only thing is that it's not like position where if you don't repeat the moves, you will get into worse position and you are risking, he can play and maybe after 7 moves it will be also normal position. So white is actually not risking anything. Is there any move which risks a lot now that, I know, some e4 changes the structure? Because I believe he can even move on for 5-7 moves if he wants to try and nothing will happen in terms of his risk. He's still white.
Yeah.
So if I would be black, okay, then your move down, then maybe moving on might be tricky. But with the white pieces?
I don't know. If I go something like queen b3,
yeah,
knight c6.
e3 or what?
Am I getting worse?
No, you're not getting worse. How we can go worse?
I don't know. And then knight a5, queen d1, knight c6, queen b3. And we can repeat again?
Yeah. I think he can move on a bit to... Okay, let's go full screen because we have now another
draw claim,
false claim, yeah.
Okay.
This is awesome. I can already see some tweets and funny comments.
Yeah. Okay, now they were allowed to sign.
Okay, that was funny. I'm a bit surprised, but as I said, you never know who is working with whom. Are they sharing some analysis? Sometimes it's tough to play against your friend or someone with whom you work.
Yeah. Okay, if they come to us,
I don't know.
we can ask them.
Yeah. So let's check something which is more vivid, where shall we go?
Maybe with Hugo.
Let's see with Hugo Alireza. This is very standard position. Here you can imagine, for example, Keres with the white pieces versus Polugaevsky, yeah? Or I don't know, maybe even earlier. So it's quite classical. It's quite normal. Knight on e5. Who plays Sicilian always tends to respect that piece on e5.
Yeah, a very important piece. I'm not really familiar with the latest developments of the theory in this line, but for the moment it looks fine for both, right?
I think this was played. Actually, they are not now thinking about some new concepts. They are just trying to decide. I think this was played now, even some h3 or then g4 or maybe even something like knight d4. I think everything was played already.
Yeah.
Will black take on c3 or not?
But Alireza has spent quite some time. He has spent already 20 minutes, where Viktugov has spent only 2 minutes. So
maybe to point out this move to the viewers, this king b1, sometimes this is a mysterious move for some in Sicilian. The thing is, first of all, you're moving away from this diagonal. If something happens, there is no check. You cannot blunder the queen. Also, when from king e1, sometimes it's important to protect the a pawn when queen comes to a5. Maybe we can just get 1 minute thought about what has happened in your games, guys. Yeah, let's prepare the setup. And we are back. Sam and Nicholas are with us. Sam, what has happened?
Well, I don't know how to count to 3. I claimed 3 fold before it was actually 3, but yeah, I mean, Nikita played very well against me a couple days ago, and then it's just so hard to get anywhere with white, anywhere in chess against a well-prepared player, and I got the biggest advantage with white I can ever remember getting in like the last couple of years against Nodirbek, proceeded to get crushed, and so I guess after 2 consecutive losses with 2 consecutive blacks coming up, I just told myself coming into this game, you can be solid, and if you make an easy draw with black, that's fine. Of course, I was ready to play. I mean, you have to be when you're playing black if white wants to fight with you. But I guess I tricked Nicholas with the move order in the opening by starting with c5 before castles, which I think basically just kills the variation. Like, I mean, white can play like whatever, d3, e4, knight b, d2, and pretend that he's playing black with a tempo up and it's like Fianchetto King's Indian, and okay, you're not worse, but you're definitely not better. And so if white plays either c4 or d4, as far as I know, the game sort of just ends. And so that's kind of what I did.
Yeah, I suppose there was some game, Gukesh against Arjun recently from European Club Cup with like c4.
I don't know. I prepared this before that happened, but I just remember when and I guess it was 2014 when I was helping Magnus for the first match with Anand, and he was trying to make knight f3, g3 work, and like the first game was just a draw in 10 moves or something because Vishy had just worked out the move orders really well. Like we sort of realized that if black works out the move orders really, really well against knight f3, g3 and wants to put the bishop on g7, the game's essentially dead. But it's easy to mess up a move order and then white starts to get chances. But here, I think by starting with c5, I just don't think white really has anything he can even try. Like b3 sucks because I'm in time for d5. If d4, just take it in d5, and white kind of has to play c4, and then castle, and sort of dead. Like so, or c4 here, sure, castle, and then I just pre-move d5 or d4, c4, and then d5. And
I think that was.
Yeah, it was take knight b3, but still.
yeah, this is dead draw. I mean, this is just dead equal. I mean, yeah, knight b3, bishop e6, knight d4, bishop c8 back.
But Sam, it doesn't sound so promising for future if this kills completely the line.
Well, I mean, knight f3, g3, it like, so kills is a strong word because, for example, you have to sort of be willing to play the Grunfeld if you prepare this way, or at least the King's Indian, and most people aren't doing that. Because like if white randomly just like after knight f3, knight f6, g3, g6, if he just goes d4 or c4 to start with, like then we're just back in a normal King's Indian or Grunfeld. So yeah, like here if white goes d4 here, now I'm not in time to play c5, and I have to play like a normal King's Indian or something, but I mean, at least I'm not letting white sort of delay d4 and try to be tricky.
Okay, Bobby Fischer was claiming here that after d6,
Yeah.
let's say castles d3, d6, that black is better because after e4 black can go c5 and after c4 black can go e5. Sure. That was Bobby's claim.
Obviously, that's a bit outlandish, but yeah, I mean, it's not like white can't play, but I think that the way I play, I just don't think there's really much chance to continue the game.
Yeah, I think in the final position, white can try knight b3, but I'm also risking being slightly worse.
I mean, I don't think you're risking much, but you're not gaining much either. I mean, if white wants to play, I think probably his best option is to play bishop f4 instead of knight d2, but also don't think much is going to happen here. Or you can go knight e5 instead of bishop f4, but I don't think much happens there either. Like,
Rameshbabu was playing that kind of stuff, maybe with the white pieces, I'm not sure. Bishop f4.
no, Rameshbabu was playing this with black. She showed another move order that instead of knight e4, you can go knight c6. And after knight e5, bishop f5, black is totally fine. That's sort of what Rameshbabu pointed out.
Different, yeah.
But the way the move order came here, I didn't even have to allow that because I can start with knight e4. So,
Nicholas, anything to add?
Yeah, well, if I play knight b3 in this position, it's basically the same line we would get if white goes queen a4 with the pawns on c4 and c6, let's say.
yeah.
So let's say here.
So for example, say we had gone d5, c4, or no, not d4. Yeah, d4.
Yeah, c4 castle, queen a4, knight fd7.
Yeah.
And then cd5, knight b6, queen d1.
Yeah.
cd5, knight c3, knight c6.
Yeah.
It's the exact same position with colors reversed, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't my intention to go into this line before the game today, so I didn't feel like playing on at this point. But
yeah, and also this line is fairly innocuous as well. Like, I mean, yeah. So
Okay, so you came to that moment and then you started to claim a draw, right?
yeah, I claimed a threefold repetition prior to playing my knight f6 for the final time, but I failed to realize that the position was not knights on d2 and c3, it was knights on b1 and f3, so it was actually only two, and we needed to make one more.
And Nicholas, you got an extra minute, right? You could use it.
I think 2 minutes.
2 minutes, so
minutes.
you could use it. Yeah?
Not super useful.
Okay, so then you claim a draw instead of. Okay, what can you say in IB3? It's only the move. I believe that you don't want to be reminded about yesterday's game, Sam, but it looked normal till that rook d4 or what was.
Yeah, so there was a couple issues. So first of all, I misunderstood the early middle game. I don't know if you want to bring the game up, but I felt I should be much better, which is correct, but I should have satisfied myself with much better and not just completely tried to kill him. So for example, already here, like black should be basically fine, but the first mistake was knight fd4, which was just way too aggressive. If I go h3...
Yeah, we were discussing that.
I mean, I don't need to try to slam the e6 square so hard. If I just do this, queen d3, bishop d2, rook e1, like, Black is much worse. It's about as good an opening I've ever gotten with white against a strong player recently. But I tried to sort of like crush him right away, which was a bit too optimistic, so I went knight fd4 instead. Queen D, and then I think f5 was a huge misunderstanding of the position. I completely failed to realize how utterly horrible my knight on b3 is going to be. I absolutely need to take on c6.
It's very
first.
tempting, yeah, this f5.
I need to take on c6, trade a pair of knights, and then and only then go for f5. Because once he got to set up with knight e5, not only is that my b3 knight's an idiot, but also the knight on e5 means that knight c5 is never working. The queen is defended. So already here, I think black is basically okay.
You realized this during the game or afterwards? That
It was once he played knight e5 that I realized that I had misplayed it. I wasn't sure what I had done wrong yet, but I knew I wasn't as happy as I should have been. Even here, I'm probably still slightly better, but like most of the advantage is gone. And then the moment when I played rook d4, like if you wanted to skip forward to that.
Yeah, let's move it. So bishop g5 was first maybe moment to take or not?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I played bishop takes g5 thinking that knight db5 is very powerful. But I sort of underestimated the counterplay here. Like there was a funny point actually. I was surprised by bishop h4. I'd spent almost all of my time calculating knight f7 instead, when I cannot yet take on c7 because the queen on e2 is loose, and he's ready for c6. So I go queen d3.
So yeah.
My plan was to play queen d3, making sure that he can't play c6, and then he will go bishop f6 and try to mate me. And I thought I was doing really well here after knight b takes c7. But apparently even here I miscalculated because bishop e5 check, king h1, rook g3, rook f3. Cannot play queen h4 because I will trade the rooks in queen d4 and white wins. So he has to play rook g8.
Just to show, yeah, this.
Yeah. And here white wins. So he has to play rook g8, and I thought, okay, looks like he's about to go queen h4, but I have f6. I just completely missed rook g2, and I made it immediately, which is a very nice variation. So once I saw that, I realized I had to, well, I didn't see that. I was expecting knight f7. I thought I was good, but I missed that rook g2 at the end.
He mentioned here in the commentary that maybe d5 was...
I saw d5. I just forgot that after d5, rook takes e5, he has queen h4.
Yes, this is what was point.
Because
you didn't want to go here, probably,
no,
and then chase.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I missed queen h4 from afar there, so then at which point, I mean, it's already gone, but already the position's not as easy as I would have liked. Like there was another variation I was trying to make work here, which was instead of rook d4, knight b takes c7. And at first I thought this was just good, but bishop g3 check, king h1, queen h4,
Queen
h4 for black, queen h4.
Sorry, queen
g2, sorry. And I thought there's no discoveries. Like I have rook d4 coming, and I somehow later I realized that there is bishop f2 and rook g3, which is fairly gross. It's not even the best way apparently, but it's good enough. And here, even stronger was bishop e1 and rook d4, and apparently like I completely failed to appreciate. You can just take the queen and rook g8, and I'm mated without queens, which is kind of nasty. Yeah, and rook g8 comes, and I'm mated with
knight f3.
Yeah, knight f3. I'm mated without the queens. So, well, I saw one reason not to go for this, which was already enough, and then queen h5 was my next intention, which was the best move actually.
Here.
Yeah, but I rejected it because of bishop g3 check, king h1, and queen d7. I thought I'm just resigning immediately because knight b takes c7, he can go rook e6. It's very important to not let me play knight d5.
Because of this.
But the computer said that I can bring knight d4 back, and instead of, that I can play knight d4 back instead of, not that one, knight d4. And my last few moves have not looked wildly intelligent, but I'm not checkmated. And here the game goes on. So this is what I should have done. Instead, I played rook d4, and once bishop g3 and c5 came, and I realized that I had missed rook e4 and rook e5, I just tried to find a way to keep the game going, and I didn't manage. I laid a couple traps that were very nice that he didn't fall for, unfortunately. Like if you can go back to where the game went.
He was showing some line here, super long line, hang on, which ends up with some king running to the queen side. I'm trying to recall what was the line. Maybe here somewhere.
Yeah, queen e4 was tricky. I was hoping for rook g4. It looks like I can just resign, but f6, and I'm suddenly alive again. So that was one trick I was hoping that he would fall for, which he didn't. And after queen e4, queen d7, c4, rook e6, another one, f e6, yeah, takes and...
Oh, here somewhere, I think. What else you can do? But queen comes and yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So I think queen e4 is only remotely feasible try. So, d4, queen e4, queen d7, c4. I let another little trap with c4 here, rook e6, and then f e6, rook f5. I was hoping for rook g5, when knight d6, white wins. But he didn't fall for that either. He played queen h6, and then I'm just busted.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. Now it's understandable that you didn't want to take a risk with the black pieces after
well,
that.
I mean, I was certainly ready to. Like, okay, I had prepared the Grunfeld. Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious from the way I played, but... and if you're playing black in the Grunfeld against d4, that's already just inherently some risk. But, yeah, I mean, with white playing this tricky move order, I guess... I told myself before the game, just be happy with an easy draw, but be ready to fight.
Nicholas, were you considering something to go like super sharp and then sometimes before the game, let's say, I don't want to enter all those lines, let's play something solid, that something happens?
Well, not really. I think it's the other way around, probably. I was preparing something sharp and then I was thinking maybe I shouldn't do that, but I ended up playing the sharp line anyway, so...
okay, but I guess I didn't walk into it. I tricked you out of the sharp stuff. What, you wanted like knight c6, knight c3 or something? Like, I don't know. Okay, I shouldn't ask you now.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for joining and yeah, good luck in the last two rounds.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And we are back. I'm quite glad that we could hear from players their thoughts and about yesterday's game. It was quite interesting. Antoinette, anything to add from your side regarding what was said?
Well, no, it's always good to hear what players actually think, because we see one thing and it's better to know what is the truth behind everything, right? So, yeah, maybe we should check the game between Gawain and Mickey Adams, because we haven't seen that game at all.
Yeah, sure. Why not? It's quite classical. It's hard to outplay Mickey in those structures, although at the European Team Championship he has suffered a really tough loss versus Laurent Fressinet. By the way, he had a birthday a few days ago at the same day as Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
And Fred said it was funny. Fred said, I played for 20 years versus Mickey, and no chance not to win, to get a better position. And suddenly I won like free ride, and I'm still shocked. And then it was prior to the free day, and we were going to some bar, and all the time I was joking, but the guy won against Mickey Adams. He said, yeah. So it's funny. The point is that at his best, it was really hard to, in his prime, to win versus Adams in those structures. He would know how to hold. Maybe Nimso Indian or something would be a better choice to risk and to get some non-standard structure, but in symmetrical structure, he was super good, and it was not easy
He's
to
still
get.
super
he's
good.
Still,
He
sure.
eliminated my husband in the World Cup
Okay.
in second round.
Ivan Cheparinov.
Yeah, they
Top
played
player.
6 hours tie breaks, but finally Mickey Adams won. So yeah, I think he's still very strong, and he shows that with his results. Maybe not so much in this tournament, but he is of course a top player. And
Any insight from that match? What was Ivan sharing?
well, Ivan for some reason thought that he has better chances when the time control is getting shorter, but then during the match he realized that it's actually the opposite, and that Adams is just a great rapid and blitz player. And so he actually, Ivan Cheparinov, my husband, he had a chance to win that match just in one game because he saved several lost positions. He managed to come back in the match after losing the first rapid game and so on. He even won the next game on time. And just in one moment when they made a draw in the first blitz game, I think, and then in the second in a similar structure. No, it was actually it was Rio Lopez. It was not Italian, but in any case, Ivan, he got a winning position, but he had like 5 seconds left, and he went for some perpetual check, and then he lost after that. But it was a winning position, and actually he has seen the winning move, which is of course very sad when you know that you have seen the winning move, but somehow he thought that with very little time he's not sure, and he went for the draw. But okay, that is life, and in knockouts always someone is unhappy about the outcome of the match. Yeah, actually I was following after that Mickey Adams' next round versus the Italian guy Lodici, and he was totally winning that match, and then he lost it at the end.
With the white, that position with the white exchange down, his opponent was exchanged down, and suddenly some activity happened.
Yeah, it was a pity because I thought that he would just win because he was so winning in the first classical game, and then it would be game over, I think, and then he missed to win that, and then finally he lost the match. But,
Just to remind you, Ivan Cheparinov, his career high maybe 27-40 or something like that, maybe a little bit less. Fantastic player, good theoretician, fighter, former second of Veselin Topalov, top player himself. By the way, you mentioned this, that he got surprised that chances are declining in a lower time format. It was funny, Peter Leko told me that Anatoly Karpov, in let's say late 90s, he was so good in blitz. Why? Because he would play like classical tournament, let's say Linares, and then he plays some dubious opening, trying to avoid main lines against youngsters, and then he sits there and he thinks, and suddenly he's like 3 minutes for 25 moves, while his opponents are on 1 hour and more. And what happens? He finds best moves. Yeah. When he's in blitz mode, he finds best move, and then he liquidates it. Suddenly you are fighting for a draw. And then there was funny remark by Vichy Anand, who said to Peter Leko, against Karpov, you shouldn't play blitz. You should play classical chess, because anyway he will be on 1 minute. At least you will have 1.5 hours. And then you can dig up. So don't play blitz, don't play fast control, immediately go for classical, because Karpov will anyway play blitz and you might have some more time. So that was funny remark, but just to say that some players, like even like being older, I know that Karpov was 50 plus and he was playing blitz like fabulously. And then Peter said that he offered him a draw in slightly better position, but he spotted that Karpov is doing everything fabulously. And then Karpov was thinking he wanted to play for a win somehow, or not just to play for him, but just to play. So he enjoyed being a long time, and and getting out of some position where he was suffering for a long. So here in this position, Michael is okay, not long time, but 10 minutes behind. I cannot say much about this position because everything looks super similar. I don't know about you, Antonetta. Hard to give some.
Well, I mean, I quite like Black's position, right? Because, okay, you just go bishop b6, you prepare for d5 at some moment. And, well, I don't know. There is no more this bishop on b3. So I like it. I mean, I know that there are a lot of people who would say, okay, but in these structures, maybe it's better to have knights and no bishops, and it's actually White's knights are nicely placed on f3 and g3 and ready for the attack. I think it's as many positions. It is a matter of taste. Since I'm playing all my life e5 as one of my main openings, of course, I prefer to play it with Black. And I think Adams, he has great understanding in such positions where exactly to put his pieces and which plans to choose. So, yeah, I don't expect actually that he will have a lot of problems in this position.
So the point is that in standard position there is a bishop on b3 and Black plays either rook e8 and then bishop e6. The point is to take with the rook. Usually you take with the pawn when the pawn is still on h7. Sometimes it's tricky to take with the f-pawn when there is a call on g6. Then you leave your rook on f8 and then you play bishop e6 and take with the f-pawn. But usually bishops are exchanged on e6. Here we have this idea which was liquidated that Black exchanges knight for a bishop. Okay, usually some useful tip for beginners. If you're taking towards the center, doubling pawns is not so an issue. If you would be taking on to the side, then doubling pawns can be questionable. So we cannot say that White's structure has been damaged, and usually it's useful to have an open file. So AB cannot be called like an issue or dubious pawn structure. But the problem is for Black is having two bishops pair, but probably Black cannot avoid it, or he should start going back, which is not ideal.
I just noticed that this game started as a Vienna, actually, because I was wondering from which variation they got this position, but it happened from Vienna, yeah. And there I know that White is giving the bishop on b3, but of course structure is the same. So I don't know, lately I see that all these openings like Vienna or even knight c3, g3, which I also played, are gaining popularity because there is not much in the main lines, so everybody is just trying to take out the opponent out of his preparation, out of the theory, and going for different lines, everything goes. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what Gawain will show in this.
I just want to add, you mentioned Vienna, like Austrian capital, and why this is Vienna opening, because at that time, probably, I don't know, Adolf Andersen, maybe even Paul Morphy. By the way, I heard that there is some anniversary of Paul Morphy coming to Europe. There is some anniversary, I don't know exact number. So they would come to those coffee houses, drinking a bit, then play knight f3 and push f4, sacrifice everything either to lose or to win. But now when they see that knight c3 is point of knight c3 is to play g3 or knight f3, probably they are like shocked, because point of Vienna and being in some coffee house in Vienna is to play f4 at some stage and go all in. And now this way how people are playing is not in spirit of Vienna, but you're right, people are trying to avoid these days so many stuff. You can see knight c4, for example, against Petrov, knight f3, knight f6, Amin Bassem, best player from Egypt, he plays d3, and then he goes for some g3 stuff, just to avoid the main moves. Also, there is a famous famous line, bishop c4, knight f6, d3. I will show you one position, knight f3, d5, bishop b3 check. I'm showing this from time to time. Bishop d2 takes, queen d2. Now if you take and exchange the queens, I'm on time to defend. So you go here after queen d2. You can take and castle. White takes, knight e5, queen e7, attacking on e4, queen f4. Let me turn on this engine now. Queen f4, protecting, and now knight h5. And how will you protect the knight? So what should you do? At least to take on f7, and if we exchange, usually having two pieces against, light pieces against a rook and two connected. It's very important that the pawns are connected. It's better for the side with the rook. If the pawns are not connected, then even with two pieces you can be better. So here this is the point. But black plays king h8. And now a simple move. Very logical and simple move. Do you see it maybe already, Antonetta? Very easy and simple move for white. How does white stays in the game?
Okay, if I go queen f3, what?
Queen e5 is the point. So if you...
But I take on h5, right? And you take on e4.
b2,
and then...
b2.
b2.
There is. So this is the line proposed by Antonetta, which is a reasonable idea, but then this is an issue. I don't know, bishop g6, h6, and the game goes. So there is a very simple move, quite logical, and I'm surprised that you don't see it so quickly. So which move white plays?
Okay, maybe we should ask the audience.
If someone sees it, you can raise your hand. People behind the screen are thinking as well. You can, yeah. You can stop the broadcast or pause the broadcast for a moment. But okay, I won't take too much of your time. I will give you the solution. It's quite easy and reasonable according to all logics we were taught as kids. So it's quite obvious that this is the move. How to find it?
Difficult.
Ouch. And I say ouch. And this is ouch. Yeah. And basically what's funny, after this move, you stay in the game, and it's completely normal game. After queen g3, rook takes f7, and now, of course, you can take on f7, but you can also try to fool around and play even queen g5, if you are in that kind of mood. And white is slightly better. And actually, there was one game, I think it was played in this manner. And here, just a few moves ago, that was Carson Caruana. So here, Carson... hang on. Caruana, I think, played bishop d6. In St. Louis, if you recall that winning streak now Abdusattorov is trying to catch, it's 7 out of 7 when Caruana started the tournament at St. Louis, maybe 7 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. That was the line. So it's normal that this can even happen in your game. So guys, queen g3, it's probably maybe the prettiest move I've seen for a long. So let's go back. Let's check the current position. I don't have any war stories about when I was in submarine in 40s. No, I don't have any stories about this opening. Don't know what to say. I cannot say much. But yeah, this looks quite normal. It's funny sometimes how people like calling, for example, I heard some interview, I was watching some interview of Gavin Jones saying that he might go for Perk. And I was curious, do people name that opening or pronounce that opening here in UK in that manner? Because Vasja Pirc was well-known Slovenian grandmaster, Yugoslav grandmaster, so not Perk, but Pirc. So when I see Gavin playing Pirc, I'm always remembering him saying
the Perk.
The Perk. Okay, so Vasja Pirc is not on the menu today. Let's check what's going on here. Mishra versus Elyanov. Not much has happened. Magnus will win with white and make an easy draw with black, maybe.
He will not win with black.
I don't know.
Okay.
But at least, yeah.
Depends on the time control, right? Okay.
Not much to say.
With Yugov against Alireza.
Okay, G4, if you recall, I was saying maybe H3, G4, but here it took different.
Yeah, it was rook G1, G4.
Okay, this can happen at some point. Pawn pushes. Sometime this knight goes to D7. The bishop comes out. It will be very interesting to see. This game is more interesting because you would say that Abdusattorov is black because he wants to win 6 in the row. And he's playing GTX F6 and to throw everything on white's king. But that's not the case. Luke McShane is black.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting that now, and I think this is a good strategy, although Nodirbek is not spending so much time. I like this. Queen F8 transfer, queen will go to H6 or G7. And okay, white at some point can collect this bishop. Quite interesting. This is something new. Have you seen this before? This GTX F6 and then G3?
Yeah. I think I have seen something similar. Well, maybe with bishop on C4 and not on B5. But
because
it is...
so you have this pin. You can unpin yourself with H6, G5. Sometimes there is an idea of, let's say, queen E7, then queen E6, and you can untangle yourself, or queen E7, knight D8, knight E6. These are the setups, but usually knight E7, you don't do it voluntarily.
No, but normally you don't do it when the bishop was on C4, because then white goes knight H4, right? But just taking on F6 is not that bad, actually, because you cannot control the F5 square with white. And black has the time to organize some counterplay, and actually I think black is quite fine. I'm not sure about queen F8, though. I believe, I don't know, I would play something like bishop G4 maybe first. But okay, of course, we'll see.
I have one regret that this is not a blitz game. If that would be a blitz game, that would be awesome. We will see some bam, 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 queen coming and potential sacrifices. But in classical game, you tend to understand that you should be careful. You cannot just go all in. Is white planning to come back, maybe? To cover some holes?
Maybe, yeah, maybe he should. But in any case, okay, I always liked to see McShane playing because he's a very creative player and he goes his own way without really bothering too much what is the usual way to treat the position. So, yeah.
Let's just briefly check how is Open tournament doing, and then we can have some break. Let's see how Praggnanandhaa is doing versus Gavrilescu. Just to tell a little bit more about David Gavrilescu, Romanian champion a year ago at the European Individual, which took place this year in Romania, Euphoria North, Black Sea. I was there, and when he came to the studio commentating games, I realized that this player is a very good player, that he knows theory a lot. This year, afterwards, he played for a Romanian team at the European Team Championship. They came 5th, which was the best result of Romanian national team. He was a bit impressed with everything, playing for the first time, but later he was doing very well. If I would not check, let's say, the position previously. I would say that there is a chance that this opponent put a serious pressure or counterplay versus Praggnanandhaa. So I wouldn't be surprised that this game ended up in a draw, just to say this in advance. But of course, Praggnanandhaa is top player, much better player, no question. But this player is capable with the black pieces. He knows the theory a lot. He's capable of putting a tough resistance. If I'm not mistaken, he's something like 22, 23. And he has some experience of playing in Grand Chess Tour. All the Rapid and Blitz, I think it happened in Warsaw this year. So he knows how to play. It's not that he sees 27 player plus for the first time in his life. So he will try to do his best. And position is quite normal, right?
Yeah.
Some French defense, opposite castles. Black is ready to do some counterplay. So, as I said, I wouldn't be so surprised by the way engine bar says that it's quite good for black, normal. So don't be shocked and saying, oh, Praggnanandhaa made I don't know, draw, or he even lost against someone, which was like huge upset. Is possible. Not in all scenarios, but I'm not so surprised. So this position, maybe just briefly, we can discuss the opening. And we have them on the camera as well. Okay. So
Yeah.
this is David Gavrilescu while Praggnanandhaa is walking around, and David just made a move.
Looks quite confident, right?
Yeah, very solid player. A3. Okay, I
But
should
how-
switch off this engine evaluation because sometimes it's a matter of taste and engine tends to condemn some normal moves.
I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, how big is actually the difference between those players like Gavrilescu and 2700 players? Because in my opinion, it's just that some of those players, they get very few chances to play against such a strong opposition. And in fact, it's not such a big difference in the way how they play, right? If you're 2600 or 27 something.
I would put a bit differently. For example, players like Praggnanandhaa, so a Gukesh, they made this breakthrough quite fast, and suddenly they're playing only top tournaments. While, for example, Vidit, I recall when I was playing in Aeroflot Open in Moscow, he was one of us, 25-50, fighting, and then he made a breakthrough. For example, Nakamura, he has much bigger experience against 25, 24, 25-50. I believe that Praggnanandhaa is having this issue because he's not playing against those kind of opponents. And I was mentioning this yesterday. So there was this team of Super Chess from Romanian sponsor. They were playing Club Cup with, I will repeat once again, first board Gukesh, second board Abdusattorov. You can see how strong he is. Third board Praggnanandhaa. Fourth board Deak, fifth board Jordan van Forest, and sixth board Sindarov. And they came sixth. Because Praggnanandhaa was all the games, out of 6 games, 3 he was completely lost. 4 games, he lost first round against 2300, 2350. Then he was struggling against 24. They don't have that kind of experience because they feel, I'm 27, you're 25, I should win. But Nakamura and those guys, they're much more experienced in what to do against Gavrilescu, how to make him uncomfortable, where to go. So I believe that they're choosing openings sometimes wrongly against those players. They're lacking experience.
Sure.
You played, I think, so many games versus different profile of players, so you know how to adjust a bit. I think this is very important to have it.
No, but okay, I mean, yeah, just all these players from India, they rise so quickly, so they didn't need to spend too many years playing in open tournaments. And it's actually a very nice surprise for me to see Praggnanandhaa playing here in the Open, as we so rarely see somebody 2760 giving the chance for 2500s to play them. So,
but we have these rules, those rules that they are actually forcing players. That was funny. What Nakamura was doing, that he was registering that morning for afternoon tournament because to catch some games, and it was so funny. And then suddenly people come to the playing hall and then they see Nakamura playing at the same tournament. But for example, Arjun Ergaisi, if he would be white here, I would increase the chances for him to win because so you had Gukesh, you had Praggnanandhaa making a breakthrough very quickly. As I said, I believe that how Praggnanandhaa plays at his best, it reminds me of Magnus Carlsen. It's really good. And Arjun was behind. Like you have in tennis, you have Nadal and Federer, and suddenly some Djokovic is coming. You have classy Swiss guy, you have Latin. So it's not easy to find the space for yourself. And same went for Arjun. So Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa, they were like programmed like stars. role models, and Arjun needed to fit in with like fantastic results. So he was risking a lot. He was playing some open tournaments, scoring 8.5 out of 9. So you get this experience, what to choose, how to go, and what to avoid. So this position, maybe it's already some wrong choice, because if you end up in some position which is not so simple to create, those players are good enough. So Gavrilescu is 25-40. I believe that he's a little bit underrated, so that his rating is closer to 2600. And okay, it's not so simple.
Yeah. No, we shall see. We have some interesting games in the Open, and we have also on board 2, we have Ivic, Velimir Ivic. Great results for Serbian chess players lately. European team champions, then individually Teodora Eniac, of course, scored amazingly in the last European, and Injic as well, right? And since we are from neighboring countries, I mean, I always follow their results as well.
I just want to point out that we have current World Junior champion, if I'm not mistaken, that Pranav is current World Junior champion, and very tough opponent also. He calculates a lot. He played for Magnus Carlsen team, this Offerspiel 2 years ago. They were sort of surprising winners, and he was scoring heavily there. Very tricky player, resourceful, and yeah. I have a feeling that he doesn't know theory so well, but when it's about calculation, when it's about practical stuff, he's very good. I believe that we can make a short break.
Sure.
And we will leave you with games, and yeah, we will check, because now things will start to heat up a bit. Yeah, so thanks for watching, and see us soon.
We'll be back.
And we are back at the right moment, I believe, because now things will become more and more serious. I briefly went to the playing hall, and players are very determined, also in the Open tournament. Yeah, we can check the games. Maybe just to start with one game at from the Open tournament. I don't know, is it live? Because Bodana, I recall that you are following her very closely. She's having some position where she can maybe, let me try to find her, deliver some killer blow. Yes, or is this not the case? So I just came at this moment, few more moves. Yeah. Actually, it seems that her opponent is doing a great job. Yeah, this b4 was played at the right moment, and suddenly if you go d4, what's now the concept? You just take king f2, and after d3 there is this queen c5 saving everything. So now when I'm digging a bit deeper, it seems that Bodana might struggle here. She's a piece down, and compensation is quite dubious, but it's so nice to see her fighting.
Of course.
Yeah, 2 days ago, actually, I was commentating on Croatian TV. It was shooted in advance, her game versus Maria Mezachuk from the European Club Cup.
Yeah,
that was an awesome game.
A great game from Bodana, and such a surprise. Yeah, she's so young and she managed to beat the world champion. But I remember also in Monaco in the European Rapid and Blitz, she has done several great games. Well, I mean, for us Bulgarians, it was not so great because she managed to even beat our young star Nurgul Salimova, finalist in the Women World Cup. And she has won against her in the Blitz. And that was really impressive. But yeah, I mean, I'm following Bodana already several years. She played against me in a simul. And since then, I was really impressed by the quality of play she's showing even at this young age. How old is she now? 11? Something like this?
Maybe not yet 11 or 10,
11.
Close to 11, yeah. Okay, let's go to our main tournament. Let's see how the things are going. So we can start one by one. Here we were following till this moment, and then came this a5. Miki has this sense for danger that he would not allow his opponent to build something. So prior he would do that prophylaxis. And yeah, when you say prophylaxis, immediately it reminds you of some kind of medical, it's a medical term, quite known in medical science. So stopping before, it's still possible to go before because there is a hanging rook behind, but okay, it's useful, just go bishop b6 and exchange a bit.
I was thinking that he would start with bishop b6, but then sometimes white plays bishop e3, right? And then you feel like, okay, why did I lose this tempo if I want to take on e3? But of course, there is nothing wrong with the position even without this tempo, because now d4 came with after a5.
d4, bishop b6, queen c2, sort of. Yeah, another prophylaxis. The idea is to protect the e-pawn additionally, since then white can start moving maybe his knight. Bishop d7. Not an easy move. Bishop d7. You're connecting your rooks, but it's very questionable. I was saying this yesterday, that bishops sometimes they don't need to be developed, because anyway, bishop from d7 works on this diagonal with the same strength as the bishop on c8. And yeah, bishop this is not an easy move. It's sort of waiting move.
Not an easy move, but keeping the tension, because always in this position, the question is when black should push d5, right? And I think it was possible to do it instead of bishop d7.
Okay.
Just to push d5, and but then of course you need to calculate all this knight takes e5, knight takes e4, and what's going on after. But normally in these positions where white pushes d4, you have to also try to push. And
Here
it seems
maybe,
to me that
yeah,
it was possible.
maybe bishop f4 is possible, and then playing that kind of position.
Yeah, but it should be fine for black, right? Because with both bishops, I think this was interesting to go d5 immediately. But maybe he just wanted to keep the game more complicated with more pieces on the board. And in any case, he did go for d5 a bit later.
Better late than never.
Yes.
So d5, normal move. And now let's do some scenario analysis. So what can happen?
I don't know, e5 maybe?
E5 is the most logical move. Other way around would be, okay, to take on b6 and then e5, or, okay, e5 immediately.
And then I don't know if knight h7 is kind of forced now.
Yeah, because now knight e4,
No, knight
it's
e4
not
doesn't
working.
work
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah.
So knight h7. You see, small tiny move h6 is now helping a lot to
Yeah.
black. So knight goes to h7.
Well, this should be maybe slightly better for white, but nothing really serious, no?
Yeah, because knight can join the party differently through f8 e6 or knight f8 knight g6. It doesn't mean that this knight on h7 is so bad. It can also go to g5. They say knight on the rim is a dim, but that knight can also become an important piece. And now you see that this a5, it's quite useful not to allow this b4.
Yeah, because also if you allow, maybe black can push c5. So you should do something. Either you should take on b6 or I don't know.
But it's typical in those positions, this kind of positions, you have players who can write a book. Probably Dr. Hibner, there was a famous analysis, I think, in chess in format 25 pages of one game. And what was funny, Jan Timman wrote a book about something. Book was 200 pages, and recensions, so he was like analyzing the book and putting some comments by him, was 220 of, more than a book.
Okay.
So I don't know, like Dr. Hibner would make like a science of this position, while some players who are Sicilian players, they cannot tell you much. By the way, do you know why Dr. Hibner was super like important figure? Okay, he was a super strong chess player, but he was studying some, I don't know, like hieroglyphs and everything. That was actually his main occupation. And there was a famous match between Smyslov and Hibner, and it was decided, you know how?
How?
By roulette. So they were playing 12 games. 6-6 was result. Then 3 more games, and according to rules, you could play more, or you can just draw the lots or go to, because it was played in Austria, go to casino. I think it was 1987, and Hibner was agreeing, but he didn't want to look this, so he left. Smyslov stayed there, and there is a photo of Smyslov sitting, and they are throwing the dice, or they're rounding the roulette. And you know which number came?
No.
0, of course. So because Hibner was, I think, red, and Smyslov was white, and then it came 0, and they needed to repeat. And then in second roll, he lost, and he completely, after that, he was sort of like in shock, and he couldn't recover. And then Smyslov played a match versus Kasparov. I think it was candidate semifinals. The biggest difference in age. So Smyslov was 64, and Kasparov was 20. Kasparov was born in 63, so 22, I don't know, Maybe it was earlier, maybe it was
Yeah.
85. And it happened also once again, this roulette, in Gaprindashvili versus someone also, it was roulette. Vasily Ivanchuk told me. So,
Yeah, I think today we have better system.
yes, roulette.
Because it's better to solve the issues on the chessboard
But
than
there
to
is
just toss a coin, right?
Photo is fabulous. So people are sitting, they're waiting for this roulette. Smyslov, he was a singer and like profound person. He's sitting there and suddenly zero is green, right?
Yeah.
Green, zero, and then they were shocked. So about this position, I cannot tell you much. Really, that's not my cup of tea. Maybe Antonetta can tell you more, but I believe that we should switch to something more sharp. So let's see about this game. It's not so sharp. So let me just, I don't know if you're a fan of turning me on at least this engine bar, but I like, and then to know what's going on and then to find the moves myself. So 0.4, but as I said, in those positions you can be 0.4 and then you still need to play like 15 precise moves. While in some positions that means that it's a dead draw.
Yeah, no, interesting. Endgame, maybe not the most exciting game what we have in the round, but as you said, still a lot of difficulties for Elianov. So I think Mishra will press for a while.
I could more imagine Pavel being white.
Yeah.
And he was famous for his technique, and but also he knows how to hold. I'm quite curious about the outcome. I cannot tell you more about the position. What can we see that, as I was telling this joke yesterday, that is good if you're Minister of Tourism of Greece, that you have more islands, but in chess it's very important that you have less islands. So this is one group, this is for black, one, second, third, fourth.
Yeah.
So structure favors white, so it's not something super great for black. So I'm curious, what is Pavel up to?
I guess white should take on c5, not to allow c4, right?
But even c4, if you push, king goes to c2, then f3, e4, when later if it comes, then black will always find some tough time defending the c4 pawn. So I really don't know. It's for engine it's quite simple. For human, okay, let's put it this way. I can guess that either in the next 4 moves it will be completely equal or white will start jumping to +1.
Why exactly 4 moves?
Because I think now it's sort of critical, let's say 4 or 5 moves, that we will have a little bit more information about the position. Because it's not so simple for black.
No, it is not simple.
Either he will find a way how to play perfectly, and then it will be just a draw, or white will increase his advantage. Maybe it will be some pawn up position or something.
Okay, so maybe we come back in
let's
4 or
do
5
it.
moves.
Sure.
And we see.
Let's see with Hugo versus Alireza. This is okay. So engine tend to condemn this move. Okay, let's try to figure it out why. So what? Queen e1. Okay, approved. So queen e1, queen c1, I don't believe it's a move. Yes, engine disapproved. So queen e1 should be a move. But bishop c4 is reasonable. Sometimes it's tempting, and I noticed this in club level players, beginners, intermediate, that it's so tempting to take with a pawn. And then some organizing the attack, but from my experience, this is wrong. Since white moves the knight, goes king a1, rook b1, and it's very hard to attack. So long term, it's much easier to take with a piece, like Alireza just did, and then start rolling the pawns and trying to open the position in front of the king, not to take with the pawn. g5. Oh, so sacking a pawn.
Yeah, G5 maybe was not the best. Maybe, but okay, I don't see what is the big difference.
Okay.
If
one
white,
is going
instead of G5, could take immediately on D6.
Okay, let's try to figure it out. So G5 takes.
This is what we have currently, right?
Okay, so let's try to dig. So if I take immediately, and some knight e4, okay, that means that F5 square is probably an issue in some position. Maybe not immediately, but G5 allowed this bishop F5.
Yeah. Oh, and loss of tempi, right? So it was just maybe not so easy for Vityugov to
Let's see if
evaluate
you can take
correctly
on
the
D6.
result.
Maybe he was afraid of this stuff to force the things, and then that some rook c3 will happen at some stage. Maybe queen c8 now. Okay, or somewhere. Maybe that was an issue. Okay, it's also possible to take on d6.
Yeah.
Now, and then to take the g pawn.
No, but you cannot take the G pawn actually.
Because of rook e6.
Because of rook e6 and knight c1, so you don't have mate, right?
Okay, but it's not simple. I'm completely dominating now. Maybe he was afraid that there is something here. That he's very passive, maybe too.
No, he is very passive. No, but maybe simply after taking on c4, black was slightly better, no?
Okay, because engine is happy with this position, but I would be afraid because sometimes rook dominates against two pieces when there is a possibility that you bring your king and start pushing your pawns. So when the queens are on the board, then your opponent cannot bring the king, then it's another story, then two pieces are very strong. But in an endgame, king starts to roll and cover some squares. I don't know, it's not so simple. Point is just to explain a bit what was going on in Nikita's mind, why he was hesitating. Takes on d4, and then came this bishop f5. Usually Alireza is top if he gets this kind of position. I believe it will be very tough. Actually, French team 4 years ago, when he managed to cross this 2800, being the youngest ever, you know how they called him?
How?
Stockfish.
Stockfish.
Yeah, so he was like super good at calculating and everything.
Yeah.
His teammates were calling, and now our Stockfish played this move, and now our Stockfish played that move. So they were like really impressed with the level of calculations. So now it will become quite concrete, and yeah, this is something where Alireza really feels well, because the point is black can start rolling his pawns. Also in endgame, sometimes you push h6, your opponent takes, you play g6, and then collect that pawn in a process, and you get a passer. So this, or f6 and then g6, this is the way how you create a passer quite quickly here. So I think this is something which bothers white. By the way, you have famous duos, tandems in chess. One is Capablanca's queen and a knight, when Jose Raul has said that queen and knight are cooperating fantastically, and I believe that you scored many victories, same here, by exploiting sometimes that combination. But also in the endgame, you have famous Bobby Fischer duo. Can you maybe guess which two pieces were famous Bobby Fischer's duo in the endgame? Someone from the crowd? Which two pieces are creating a fantastic duo in the endgame? I will reveal you the secret. Rook and a bishop. So that was famous Bobby Fischer duo, and he would just in the end game, they tend to cooperate very well. The point is that when there is a race, bishop can support your own passer, but it can also stop on the other wing opponent's one. And usually they are really, really doing well in the end game. Why rook and the knight depends. So here, if some endgame happens with this bishop and a rook, black will be a favorite there. Now it's tough for Nikita. What do you think, Antonetta? How serious this is?
No, I agree with you. How serious it is if, I mean, it's obvious that black is slightly better, right? But if this is enough for a win, this we shall see.
Let's find some outpost for this knight. I think this is an issue. Black is fine with his bishop.
Yeah.
It will go to g6 or it will stay on f5, supported by g6. But where do you go with your knight? Do you stay here or you play c3, knight d4? Somehow, at some point, how do you activate that piece?
I wanted more to go to c5, but okay, immediately I cannot because black is threatening to just exchange everything on d6 and go rook e2. And I have a problem with the c2 pawn and the second rank. So I think maybe white should just take on e7 to avoid just these exchanges on d6. And yeah, well, after that...
he can also be passive, maybe transferring the knight to d3, but this is not something you want to do.
No, but I was thinking that should I somehow try to exchange rooks and stay with the queen and knight, like rook g1 maybe? If I can do that, I'm not sure if
it's
rook
possible.
c8 is a threat or not.
It's possible.
And then, because as you said, rook and bishop is better than rook and knight. But if I can stay with the queen and bishop versus queen and knight, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, here is also important this psychological moment, because let's say you're Nikita with Hugo, you're coming there, you're playing open Sicilian, super sharp Najdorf. You want to push as well, you want to get a chance to attack, and suddenly you're playing some position where basically you need to go back, you need to defend. Yeah. It's not easy to stand that pressure, because your plan obviously didn't work.
No.
Since when you're playing open Sicilian, you at least want to get some chance to create some messy position to attack. Suddenly you need to defend, and black is quite confident now, and it's very tough. And usually you see players class now. If white can hold this position, if Nikita manages to do so kudos for that. I really appreciate, because engine is saying that it's 0.6 only for black, but in practical play it's much more. So if you can hold this position, then you are showing your class. So I'm curious now to see, because not many players could do in this position.
Yeah, but this is what super grandmasters they do. Yeah, they accept the reality. Okay, it was not his plan, but he has to face the position which is on the board, and he has to readjust his psychology and his moves according to the position. And well, we shall see. Of course, not an easy task against Alireza.
How are you, Antonetta, in terms, let's say that you had better position, then you misplayed it, and then you need to fight for a draw. Could you handle that kind of twists, situations?
Yeah, well, normally when I was in good shape, of course, then I was very good in that, just forgetting what was 3 moves ago, and if I was completely winning or not, and just... okay, evaluate the position, readjust my plans, and just go on. And of course, after the game, I might go back to that moment and say to myself, okay, how could I miss this win? But during the game, I was quite good in just forgetting what was 1 move ago, and just taking a deep breath and just trying to have a fresh look on the position. And how about you?
Yeah, same here. I was quite good, and I managed to save. For example, my longest game was during Aeroflot Open in Moscow. I played versus Zhou Yunqiao. If I'm not mistaken, now he's representing US. And the game lasted for 7.5 hours. I played some greenfield with the white pieces. I was very confident when I came to the board. Now I will press him. He was 26-40, something like that. And then I misplayed it, and I'm pawn down, opposite colors bishop, no chance to win, like 10% chances to draw, and I managed to hold. But then, 10 minutes ago, everything was fantastic, and then suddenly I'm like really fighting for my life, and I recall that no one was there, arbiters, everyone left already, because no dinner, nothing, it was 10 p.m. But it's very important in chess that you can save some position. I know, for example, Viktor Korchnoi, he wouldn't mind what had happened before. Just go and try to find the best move in current circumstances. I think this is very important because maybe you can save more positions and get more rating points by saving lost position and worst position than to outplay. I believe that sometimes it's harder to outplay opponents from some slightly better position than investing energy to save slightly worse positions. So I think some players are lacking that part of the game, and then this is shown in rating. They can play maybe a few times very good game, but they are like throwing a lot of chances when they are worse. This is this swindling. I mentioned Gavin Jones as a very good player in terms of creating chances, turning the tables, and I think this is very important quality of player because it brings you the same. Half point brings you rating point. Either you save it or you manage to win.
No, but for many players, especially in the women, I have noticed that when there is a chance for some counterplay and maybe you can even win the game, then they can defend very well. But to defend these grim positions where you either lose, either you play 100 moves and try to make a draw, this is really hard. And I notice a lot of my female colleagues are not very keen on that. It's just like they are losing motivation when they see no chance to win the game, and just to save a draw is maybe not so interesting for them. But as you say, half a point is half a point.
Yeah, it's very important in your careers.
Yeah.
So what's going on here? Queen is on e4. Now I'm curious, will black start to do something on the king side? Maybe, as I mentioned, h6 when you take, or he will just stand still, he will start pushing on the queen side. So many options.
So yeah, so Vityugov did try to, and did actually exchange one rook. The problem is how to exchange the second one. I don't think that Alireza will allow him to do that. And
because Antonetta's point is if we get rid of pair of rooks, then this king can even start running on the dark squares, because he will start avoiding this bishop. Yeah. But when the rook is on the board, you cannot really do it. So you cannot hide or start running somewhere through the dark squares. So it's very important for black to keep the rook on the board before he creates some passer.
Yeah. No, but I noticed that both players are taking their time thinking. It's only move 22 and okay, they are heading for the time control with not so much time left.
But it's funny, Alireza was yesterday playing versus Mishra, coming back with the white pieces, entering Sicilian, I will attack, I will target, that going nowhere, getting nothing out of the position, even needed to defend. Today he comes to the board, his opponent starts and he's getting position which actually he was targeting yesterday with the white pieces. So sometimes, as I mentioned, it's not easy to get with the white pieces. Sometimes it's easier to wait a bit and then counter-attack and get some playable position. Because this looks like his position, something where he really feels comfortable. A lot of chances, practically. Maybe evaluation is not a big deal for him, but he will press a lot. Shall we go to our leader? Let's see how Abdusattorov is doing.
Sure.
So we left around here maybe a few moves before. Queen f8 was played. Bishop went to d3. We were expecting that he will go to f1 maybe, but d3 was also quite reasonable. Maybe he's keeping this square for his king at some point to run away if would be necessary. For me, it looks very hard to live with this bishop's x-ray, but some players are fine with that. Really looks terrible that this bishop on a7 is a monster. But okay, he actually doesn't mind. Okay, so he sacked a pawn on d4.
But it was not taken, right?
Yeah, what's the story behind? Probably jumping to a5. When you take, I take. I'm preparing to return the pawn, and if you take, I'm x-raying you, and this is probably an issue. And sometimes you have also bishops who are super strong, but they can also become an empty bishop. This is something you might not know. For example, this bishop is a fabulous piece now. But if I play king g2, push pawn on f3, this can be an empty bishop, not attacking anything, and I just play around that bishop. And you can find that in many openings, in Slav defense, in Queen's Gambit, in Catalan, that some player is having a bishop on f4, but nothing is going on the diagonal. And it can be an empty bishop. So bishops can be on a wrong squares. If you are bored in your life, you can check a famous game, Garry Kasparov versus Sting, famous singer. They played a simul in New York. That was really awesome. And I was actually surprised by the level of Sting. He was playing really well, but then at some stage, his bishop was on c5, and Garry forced him to go to a7. Then Garry pushes b4, b5, and c5, c6. And Sting was forced to play a5, b6, c7. So Sting has this pawn chain, while Garry has a4, b5, c6. So Sting could only play bishop b8, bishop a7. It was memorable. I enjoyed it a lot. And then Garry just transferred the game on the other side. But I've never seen bishop on a7 locked by the pieces. So bishops can be strong, but bishops also can be very weak. Check that game. I think you can find it in a database, or even if you Google famous game Kasparov versus Sting. And I'm calling that bishop, when sometimes it's a bad bishop, I'm calling this Sting's bishop. But if we put a similarity with business, I believe that you have many colleagues who are just bishop b8, bishop a7, not doing anything in the company, but they're existing and they're just moving back and forth. So this is the current position, and quite promising for white suddenly. You were right, Antonetta, that this square...
No, the fight for f5 square, something went wrong by black, because he didn't manage to push f5 himself. He didn't manage to organize some substantial attack against the king from the G file. And white, little by little, he took over. He took this bishop e2, bishop d3, but he had a plan. And the plan was to control this f5 square. And after which, the position what we have currently on the board, I think McShane is going to suffer. Of course, he shouldn't have played bishop g5, because this is just inviting white for knight h4, and then he has to go back bishop g6. So bishop h5 was a mistake, but he was already suffering. Because, okay, as you say, I mean, this bishop on a7 looks great, but once you realize that you cannot even take on d4 when white is offering it, then it becomes clear that something went very wrong. And, well, I mean, of course, he still has some kind of moves like queen h3 and stuff like that. But objectively speaking, I think black is in trouble in this position. And I do not expect Abdusattorov to miss his chance.
Can you please give me an info on net, if you don't mind? How is now live 2700 rating list? Because if Abdusattorov wins now, he will move to which place? Can we Google? I'm curious now. So I know that Magnus is number 1. Nakamura or Caruana, hang on. I think number 2 is Nakamura. Then number 3 should be Caruana, 4th Keimer. And I believe now with those wins that Nodirbek is climbing maybe even to 4th place. If he manages to win now, which place is he? Oh, no,
Okay.
he's not so.
Oh, he's currently number 12.
Yeah, okay,
After
so he's
winning
not
16
gaining
points.
so many points. So I'm wrong. Yeah, he's far away. Alireza might, if he wins this game, okay, he's stable 6th. But I was expecting that Nodirbek is doing better. So probably somewhere he dropped some points.
Yeah, he did. He did drop
Yeah,
points.
but because he's out of top 10, surprising.
No, but I'm sure he will be back. He's very, very strong player. And yeah, he will be back to top 10. No doubt about that.
So Caruana Nakamura, Carson Nakamura Caruana. Whom else then we have? Keimer.
Keimer, Erigaisi, Alireza on place number 6, and then Giri, Praggnanandhaa,
Praggnanandhaa playing today, so he
Yeah.
might hope for some points.
then Wei, Gukesh, and Wesley So.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's check other game. The last one we haven't touched, or no, we did all. So let's just conclude current situations. So here, Gawain is trying to go all in. I don't believe that this is a mistake. It looks to me as a normal move. So he's trying maybe to dream about some stuff. It will be very interesting, by the way, because now I think that Miki is aware that some clouds are coming. Knight can go to f6. It's not so simple because White is preparing an attack. He will launch it for sure. Maybe even sometimes you just push the pawn. So it's obvious now where White wants to go. He wants to go to the queen side, king side, and even sometimes rook e3, rook g3 stuff. I don't know, Engine is quite confident here, but I would be scared.
I also quite like it for White, because if you can manage to push f4, f5, of course, Black is going to just resign most probably. And yeah, rook e3 and some rook lifts. I don't know where to put the other knight, d4, f5, or maybe just play king h2 and then maybe even try to push g4, g5. The problem for Black in these positions is that I don't see an active plan. So it seems that White has a lot of choice and Black just has to wait to see if White is going to execute it correctly. And yeah, I think it's not an easy position, but if somebody can play it well, I suspect that it is Mickey Adams. So we shall see how he manages to neutralize White's activity here.
Another test for classy player. Probably there are not many ways. Now there is maybe 1 or 2 ways how to deal with, how to parry White's threats, while 5 moves ago you could go in many ways. Here it's getting serious, so you need to dig it really deep.
In such positions, normally you need to go something like queen c8 and then bishop f5. But here the queen is already on b6, so you need to lose a lot of time. I don't know if you have the time to go back queen d8, queen c8. And I don't see another way to just play bishop f5. Because if you manage to do that, then you'll be fine. But it's not so easy. Let's say knight g6 and knight e7 maybe, but White can then prevent it by just playing g4 or something. So it is not easy at all. And I don't see how you open the position from the other side to have a counterplay. Because you cannot push a4, you cannot push c5. And I don't see also how you can exchange some light pieces, because that might ease your task to defend this position.
Yeah, I just want to add that if white goes something like queen c1, this looks quite scary. So I'm controlling this square, never mind what engines say, because suddenly you see some options of targeting. So engine will immediately say it's not an issue, but as a human you start digging, is this sacrifice coming or not? So plenty options for white.
No, but black's queen, I think, should go back at some point, because you need to have some defenders, and it's very, very important, as I said, to put this bishop on f5. And yeah, I think Gawain playing very well till now.
Yeah, let's check Mishra. As I said, either it will be a draw, dead draw, or white will find some way to keep the position.
Okay, so they followed your advice to allow c4.
I was saying that this might be tricky later, but maybe it's not.
Well, that depends, I guess.
Yeah, but now this knight came to d6. Actually, this is what I've mentioned, that usually in this kind of position you should transfer your knight to d6 because it's perfectly placed. Controlling e4, also protecting f5, getting ready to jump on the other, protecting b7, very good square.
And also not easy for white to push e4, right? Because I can also, I mean, if you go f3, knight d2, I can go f5. And maybe I push my king to c6 and then go rook g8 and try to create something there. Because it is not easy for white to really attack any of these weak pawns.
Okay, I gave some kind of prediction that either we will have a complete equalization. It looks now to me that we are getting in that direction, or white will have a considerable advantage. But now, different question. Can black start playing for a win?
If you push f3, then maybe, because I can start attacking the g-pawn. If you just stay with f2, g3, h4, I don't see how you can attack anything.
Okay.
No?
So now...
Just put the knight on d2, or knight a3, knight b5.
Let's wait and see. We will see. Will white now wait, or he will try to exchange something, or he will still push for a win? But I believe that black is perfectly safe now and nothing to worry about. In the meantime, with Hugo still under pressure, so this is the current state of affair. Let's check Open tournament. Let's see how Praggnanandhaa is doing.
Okay.
So, first board, Praggnanandhaa versus Gavrilescu. It seems that Praggnanandhaa is pressing a bit, but take a look of the time management. It's still unclear.
But when we left them, maybe we just go back a little bit to see what happened. Because
Queen
when we
F2.
left them, we quite liked the position for black, right? And then what
F6, so he didn't want to go with some queenside activity with
rook b8,
yes,
b4,
something.
maybe.
So he went for F6,
Okay.
which is also understandable try. But then B4 was played, not a simple move.
Okay, but it is quite typical for this kind of French positions,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That you stop the attack with b4, even though it's counterintuitive to push the pawn on your own castle, and then continue with attacking the opponent's king.
But let's say that I now play, I'm not checking the engine. What if I go A5?
No, but normally when they do this, then they put rook on d4 or stuff. I mean, I don't like this bishop d3 knight e2 so much. I mean, I guess there is a defense against a5.
I think that Praggnanandhaa has something in mind.
Maybe
For
some
sure.
fancy moves like knight d4 and a takes b4, knight c6. Yeah, and
You cannot take because of those tricks. Is this something? Looks strange, but maybe. Of course, he's
okay,
a top
very,
level
very
player. He has his.
some sharp stuff. Also, I mean, instead of bishop h7, maybe you could go queen h3. Well, who calculates? I mean, before that, before knight takes b4, just here, queen h3.
Yeah, this is a complete mess. No, of course, he's a top.
No, but this
Player,
is
he has
an
something in
interesting
mind.
game. Again, I don't think that he needed to go for that because all this is very complicated. Let's see who calculated better. But normally, I think he had.
But he's on 20 minutes. Somehow it showed a little bit more before.
Yeah, I think he spent all his time on 92. He spent 20 minutes. And of course, in lower levels than his, it happens very often. The more you think, when you think after more than 5 minutes, you just make a mistake. It happened to me a million times, of course. But sometimes even in higher level like Praggnanandhaa, maybe he didn't make the best choice, although I don't think that it's so bad, but maybe he just lost his advantage with 92. We shall see.
I'm not sure, but as I said, he's a top level player. Sometimes I have a feeling that they went wrong and then comes something fabulously and they just win in style. Because they are not playing versus computer. If he poses some problems, practical problems toward his opponents that he needs to calculate a lot, yeah, he has something in mind for sure. There is some mess where he can navigate easier than his opponent.
No,
I'm quite curious.
I think he is not worse after 92, but yeah, I mean, it's very curious to see what will happen because Gavrilescu doesn't have so much time more. It's just 26 minutes versus 22. It's just that Praggnanandhaa had much more time before that. But yeah, let's see who calculate better in this position. And
okay, we will leave you maybe with this position. We can make some break and then we will catch time trouble.
sure.
So I think now that players will think a little bit more and then they will go into that fast mode, fast pace at the time trouble or just right before. So coming back soon. So we are back at the right moment because it seems that in Praggnanandhaa's game versus Gavrilescu, things are going differently than we expected, Antonetta.
Yeah, Gavrilescu didn't push a5. Instead of that, he played knight b6 and gave chance to Praggnanandhaa to get some significant advantage after knight b6. Knight f4 was maybe the way to proceed with white, because after knight f4 you have so many threats already, right? For example, if now you go a5, you can just take bishop takes h7, king takes, and knight g6, and that would be just very bad. Queen d8 or something. Then you just take on f8, queen h4 check. Okay, not so simple.
Yeah, it looks probably very tough.
Because, okay, we see that all of the black's pieces are very far from the king, so it feels that
Let's
it should be
show,
winning.
for example, queen e8. How do you finish in this position?
Just rook d3.
So simply bringing the pieces, king won't be able to escape because f file is controlled by white's rook on f1. So rook h3, queen h8, and that's curtains. So rook f1 was played. So he wants to exchange pair of rooks or to exchange the defender, but maybe giving black some time to survive. And
Yeah, I think knight c4, if you already went to b6, maybe knight c4 is the idea. And then, I don't know, maybe you take on f8, queen takes, and queen h4, h6, and now, I don't know, queen h5 looks interesting.
knight h4 I cannot play because of g5. So something... Okay, it's a pressure, and this position suits Praggnanandhaa's style. So David needs to find a very precise way how to keep the game alive, because next 3-4 moves, if black waits, white will just get an overwhelming advantage.
Yeah, because I think now it's a bit late to go for a5. If black goes a5, now knight f4 with the same idea like before.
So you don't want to exchange? Okay, knight f4 maybe even
No,
better.
I'm just threatening bishop h7 and knight g6.
Yep.
And I do not see how you prevent that. So, yeah, it becomes really critical for Gavrilescu to find the right defense. Maybe this knight c4, what we mentioned, is the right move. And yeah, take on f8 and queen h4, h6. And this is not so clear, yeah? I mean, okay, we said h6, queen h5, but it is not mate yet.
Yeah, but the point is now white can go for this duo that at some stage maybe exchange bishop for a knight and then dominate over the dark squares,
Yeah.
which long term those players, they know how to exploit. I believe that it's very tough. Now black, you can see that David is thinking hard, and he's aware that this sort of critical moment, he needs to find a way. The thing is, after knight to a5 is giving a chance for white to go wrong, while here after knight b6, it's more like being precise for black to hold than giving a chance for white to go wrong.
Yeah,
So
no, I think now it is much easier for Praggnanandhaa. But it will be interesting. I think we'll keep on coming back to this game because both players, they have 15, 16 minutes for 20 moves. So I think things will develop quickly in this game.
You're right. Let's go back to our main stage. Let's see how Gawain Jones, Michael Adam, Praggnanandhaa might qualify through Open tournament for the round robin next year here. I'm joking, yeah. So, no, he's doing great now, and it seems that David will suffer. And it seems that Michael couldn't resist the pressure here, and it just looks like a winning position.
Well, but how did they come to that?
Yeah, so I was praising his abilities, and you did the same, that Michael is the one who can navigate in this quite critical position, but actually that was not the case.
Okay, rook e7 was normal, but then what happened? c4, knight g6.
You cannot take with f because I'm collecting the knight. So now there is something super subtle. Let me try to dig. So I can take with the rook, right?
Yeah.
So he took with the bishop. And now the main point is, when you take with the bishop, I go queen c3, you go f6. There should be some tactics probably connected with knight takes f6.
Let's check.
G takes and queen takes, while in other scenario you can go bishop f7. So maybe this is the case. If I take here rook takes, bishop takes, queen c3, creating a threat, you go f6, I sack, you take, I take, and you go bishop f7, holding everything together. So that was missed, but it's quite thematical, so I'm a bit surprised that Miki didn't see that knight f6 is coming.
No, I wonder, why didn't he take with the rook on e6?
So he took on f6, I spotted the move, knight f6 was played, and then said the necessity king h8. We can stay here because now it seems that white is just delivering a final blow. As I said, at his prime, 10 years, 15 years ago, even more, that would be a simple position for Michael Adams. He would navigate easily, but it's not easy these days because you also need to include that he's preparing for what? For 30 years, you're preparing each day when you're having a round and you're getting tired. So here, theory in the meantime even more developed. So you need to prepare just to be able to start the game, which for some players who are a little bit older, of course, it's quite tough. How about you? Are you fed up with preparing?
Yeah, that's why I don't play so much classical chess lately, although I did play the European teams, of course, we had to defend our title with the Bulgarian team.
Yeah, Magnus has said that each World Championship match took 3 months of his life because you need to prepare, you need to memorize all those lines, memorize lines, and there was a famous, at some point, Vladimir Kramnik said that don't give me any more like holes in lines, any updates, because I really cannot handle it. And there was a famous game, Kramnik versus Leko. I was telling that story recently. So Kramnik and Leko, they were playing World Championship match. It was, if I'm not mistaken, in Switzerland. And Leko played martial attack. Kramnik came to the board armed with analysis of Svidler, Barev, but that line they were not checking so deeply, and Engine said that White is winning. And then Kramnik plays that move and blitzing, and Leko was spending a lot of time and then found that 94 sacrifice, being on 2-3 minutes and just winning the game, and then leading, and in the last round Kramnik needed to win and to keep the title, because if the result is the level that he as a world champion holds the title, and he won this Kero. But so Leko was few moves away from world championship title. But you know what is the funny story? So Kramnik is leaving to the game, and Varev, Svidler, I don't know who exactly was there, is trying to tell him, but there is a hole in this line, and elevator closes. And Kramnik goes to the game, plays this, and suddenly he's playing a losing move. Yeah. Because when you leave the engine instead of that 20, and if it goes to 24, 25 or more, then it's lost. But at the beginning, engine is saying that because there was some passer, A6, A5. And so what is actually the final conclusion? Take stairs. Don't go with the elevator to the World Championship match game. So it's very hard these days to prepare. It's very hard to memorize all those stuff. So I want to say that this affects Michael Adams' play, because probably he needs to mend, and he's burning energy, and lacking energy here is also, it's showing. But kudos to Gawain, being -3, not winning a single game.
No, but today he played very well.
Very well. Very well.
Nice
So big kudos to him.
Yeah.
Okay, the game is still not over.
Sure,
so let's
but
see.
It seems that White should be completely winning. Of course, how exactly is another question.
So I'm not using an engine, I'm just checking myself. So let's try to use the skills I was telling you about yesterday. Let's try to navigate ourselves. So let's the point is to get more information out of the position, and then to find the move. So we have X-ray. If there won't be this pawn, it will be a checkmate. Let's say if there is no H6 pawn and queen is on H5, that means that maybe this square is available for me if these pawns move. So suddenly I'm getting more options than before. So regarding defenders, this is some kind of defender. Same here. So maybe we can exchange some defender. We can maybe double. Is this a threat? No, because if this didn't work immediately, probably it's not working. Also now, that means that I have some time to do something, maybe double the rooks.
But I think Black has an idea to play queen before. If you
all good, don't worry. Yeah.
Maybe Black is threatening to play queen before and just exchange the queens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's very important. I was telling you about to get information. Now when you tell me that kind of thing, Antonetta, suddenly I see this, okay. Maybe I should move my queen somewhere as well. But when you, as I said, when you destroy opponent's shelter around the king, usually the winning concept is to bring peace.
Correct.
Usually this is, so this piece is not doing much. This piece is not doing much. Can I do something with them? While waiting for that conclusion, let's get players who have finished their game.
Sure.
So let's prepare the setup, and then we will discuss their game. So, as I mentioned, one game has finished in a draw. Welcome. Let's check the game. Maybe, Pavel, you can start with some remarks, comments from your side.
Okay. Till some point, it was my preparation. After move bishop d3, I don't remember exactly. So I just, I started to think quite... I spent a lot of time and...
Just one question. How tough is to play this line with the black pieces? Because some players are afraid to play it, some players resist to play it.
Well, nowadays you have a clear conclusion with engine. So basically it should be draw, but of course it's playable. It's not like a dead game, yeah?
We had this game of Donchenko versus Yakuboev, and Yakuboev needed to make a draw at the quarterfinal, but it was not so simple.
Okay, it was not so simple for white, as I remember mostly. So basically it's double-edged, and normally I remember some lines. It could end in some draw, like 4 against 4, for instance. Some end games, but what happened, it was actually interesting. It was, of course, not a dead draw, but it was interesting because I think I had some chances, but it was, of course, quite double-edged. We can say for white as well that white had quite a lot of trumps as usual, so it was really double-edged end game after all.
Abi, your opinion regarding the game?
Yeah, I mean, this ending I didn't really fear too much as white because there was also this... On the topic of some good games, there was one game, I believe, from a few years ago. It was Magnus versus Kramnik. In that game, I don't think Kramnik played the opening too well, and like white got his knight to, like one knight was on h4, the other knight went to e2, g3, f5, and it was like a really wonderful game from that side, and that was kind of like one of my inspirations to play this line out. I remember that until like some certain point, of course, engine shows some 0-10, 0-20, but I thought maybe this would be a bit more pleasant for white to play, and therefore I just decided to try this.
So let's discuss it a bit.
Yes, basically this is what's supposed to be one of the main lines nowadays. Although I'm not sure there are many games yet, but there are some important games like Sarana played, as far as I remember. And then, basically it's the most principled line because white actually wants to conquer on the king side. And then I'm starting just immediately to play on the queen side. So it's a very principled way to play in general.
Pavel, how do you analyze this line? A lot of it computers trying also to play some blitz, practical training to see are you holding it or how it goes.
Okay, sometimes I play, but not in this position. Yeah, so basically bishop b4, white has a lot of options. King g2, rook c1, a3 looks principled, yeah.
Have you tried to play some training blitz games with this line?
Not yet so far. I remember this rook c1. I'm not, maybe by transposition, like rook c1, let's say black goes a5. This is the Sarana game that Pavel was mentioning. Like it was, I think, at vacancy. It was Arjun versus Sarana, and basically he didn't get anywhere, and therefore I thought, like in my preparation, that maybe this a3 is a better try because these structures. Also, there are some important points like bishop takes c3, b takes c3, b5. It's very important for me to play a4 here because otherwise, if black gets one more move to play knight b6, he just locks down the entire queen side. Then he goes a5, a4, and it's a lot more dead than I'd like it to be.
Were you out of the book here or still in prep?
I sort of knew the ideas. I didn't really recall too many moves though, but like this idea of king d2, bishop d3, I remember it's supposed to be a bit better for white.
Pavel, you?
Yeah, so my main line is bishop e2, not bishop d3. Bishop d3, I don't remember exactly. Maybe I have something, but yeah, this is not possible to recollect everything. And bishop d3, okay, I have a lot of options, but I think I played reasonable. Looks principled. Rook a2 also looks like a good try to make the game going.
Yeah, because the issue here is knight g6, hg6, rook a1. It fails to rook b2 check, king e1, rook b3. Okay, I mean, engine can show.
So basically, it's the main idea here, how to defend. Yeah.
Like engine shows 0-40, but I don't think these positions after rook a5, rook a5, rook a5, rook c3 are like.
Yeah, we can turn off that guy. Just let's be inspired with your comments. So after rook g8, you did rook a2. Rook c1 is not an option, right? Probably.
Rook c1, I wasn't sure, like, because another thing is I didn't want to commit the rook on
Yes, at
rook
some
on
point,
h1 because
I wanted to take on d3 already.
yes, and in some variations, like even rook e1 and e4 is an idea. So I didn't want to commit this rook, and I thought the rook has to go to a2 because in some position black will play knight b6. So this way, if this one move is forced, I should keep some flexibility.
Okay, so you took Pavel
Yeah.
rook b5.
Okay, it looks like a good setup for me. Our third position is equal, but also playable. Yeah.
Okay, so c5, c4 is coming, probably to allow it, or
Yeah, it's one of
But maybe I can stay and wait also. I mean, it's. I mean, White has some ideas, but I don't think it is enough because, for instance, probably c4 White can prepare, but maybe it should be draw after some exchanges. I mean, yeah, but in the same time, I didn't see the reason why not, yeah, to play more actively.
yeah. So I played
To
knight.
refuse, yeah.
So this knight f3, knight d2 is because I thought this knight b6, c4 was always one of the ideas. So I thought, okay, I can bring this knight back, and it helps prepare, let's say, both these c4 and e4 advances.
Yeah, so sometime I have some idea c4, a4, and rook b3 here. Of course, it might be very dangerous.
checking, and then
Might be
knight
very dangerous, so White has to react.
There was also this was actually a very critical moment. At first, I thought c5 was actually impossible because of dc5, rook c5, knight b3, rook b5, knight d4, rook c5, and rook b1. And I thought, okay, I get control to b file, and this looks optically like quite nice for White. But the issue was that after dc5, black is not forced to
knight
play.
d7,
Yeah, knight
of course.
d7 was quite annoying because he has c6, he has knight d5 check, and he takes back the pawn. And I felt like if I allow this, it will be a bit.
I think it's also equality, but
Yeah.
I'm very safe there, I guess. Yeah, so basically rook b1, it is principled, I guess, but it's became double-edged again, because then I have a very strong structure on the king side, and yeah, now it is about. I mean, if I will be able to consolidate like knight d6, king c6, I think it's just better for black. So the question is how. I think it's not possible, unfortunately.
Yeah, this knight c8 is actually like a really nice move. I'd missed this from afar. At first, I was expecting black to, let's say, go like king d6 here. And I can go, let's say, rook b2, king c6, knight a3. And now, okay, you make some waiting move, I don't know, h6, rook b5. And now black goes like knight d7. And I thought like this kind of position would be kind of...
This is very dangerous for
But yeah,
me.
this is what I was...
Because
somewhere I can
e4
find, yeah,
all of the
e4.
time e4 is coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying this in commentary that the c4 is very tempting, but sometimes if e4 happens, that can be also an issue, but it never can happen, right? So this is more strength than possible weakness if e4 happens.
So knight c8, I think it's a good move. I wasn't sure what e4.
Yeah, actually, instead of rook b2, e4 directly was another idea.
e4 it is very
Yeah.
complex way to play here.
I saw this, and like we were discussing this, my worry with the e4 was e4 to e4, knight d2, knight d6, rook a4. And now I thought black could play rook g8. So, okay, like let's say g3, and now rook g5. And now the point is he wants rook f5 takes f2. Or, yeah, like even this version, or even rook f5 directly for that matter. I thought, okay, this shouldn't be...
This is yeah, it looks bad here. I mean, maybe it's a draw, but
Yeah,
you have to work hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see a reason to. But otherwise, I thought, like, if this e4 would work and you get these passed c and d pawns, you have more chances to create you have more chances overall, but this rook g8, g5 is too annoying.
So rook b8, knight a3.
King d7, and yeah, now I thought knight b5.
Last moment to play. Yeah.
Because if he goes knight e8, I can go back like knight a3 worst case and just try to make repetition.
Yeah, so basically White forced to play just to return, and then I don't know, yeah, what I don't think it's possible to improve the position for black. Yeah. So maybe there is some, yeah, but here Yeah, king e6 doesn't work, I guess. So it's just
Check.
it might be
King goes in.
might be worse for me. Although
Probably
maybe
rook b6, rook b5.
although maybe
or
it's
what?
holdable, but of course only white can
Rook
try.
b6, rook b5. And
Yeah, so basically a3 it is only chance.
Actually, one thing is, instead of knight d6, now that black has played a4, I was considering knight a3 as well. I'm not sure about how...
Yeah, but I think it might be very unpleasant. Let's say h5 simply.
Yeah, this was my worry, that h5, and I feel like maybe if I can try to play rook b4 and just keep this rook stuck on a8, but overall,
Yeah,
I didn't see
I think it's
much
very
of a plan.
passive.
Yeah.
I can play here. I can improve very slowly, and you are more or less like you're passive. You're pinned more or less on the queen side.
Yeah.
I don't see how to improve right. Yeah. So basically, basically because of this trick, I think it's a draw. Yeah, but yeah, I mean knight c4. Yeah. Because otherwise it's very unpleasant already for white.
so knight d6 takes.
Yeah, so maybe I'm not worse also if I take on c4, but of course it's not not serious here. Not serious to play this.
King
this
will
black.
come. Yeah.
No, I mean rook b1. I think rook b1.
Rook
it
b1
is
better than rook.
necessary. Yeah.
Or even rook a2, king c6, king b1.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking.
And I thought like rook b8 check, king,
Yeah, but then
king a1.
then okay, then white. Okay, it's also probably draw, but
But yeah, I go rook c2 and king a2, f3.
maybe f3.
Yeah, f3.
Maybe I'm running out of tempest. Yeah, but okay, it's not serious. I shouldn't play this.
Yeah, so you played a2, takes, knight b2. Anything here interesting? No, or for you it's super simple.
Okay,
For
at
you
first I thought king g6, but I didn't see any chance. Even king b1, and then even knight d1 maybe. I think white has a lot of options here.
Yeah, and I thought, I mean, it didn't seem like I ever had any
I
chances.
mean,
Like,
sometimes it may be dangerous for me also.
Probably black just waits, and if white opens, then black is more than fine.
yeah, and I mean, of course, if I can get my knight f4 and play c4 and all these wonderful things happen, then I would be the one playing for a win, but I just didn't see any realistic chance of any of that happening. Like king b1, rook a3, and I felt like worst case, black will probably take the c3 pawn, and if I can get my knight f4, and it just...
I mean, maybe knight d1, maybe not, I don't know. But white has
Yeah.
many different options, I guess.
So in hindsight, where did white go wrong to lose advantage, small advantage?
Okay, it's probably draw objective.
Is there some where can be improvement for next game, rapid blitz game?
I
Where
mean, white
to go?
has many different plans.
Where was already
Instead of knight
too late?
f3, knight h4, white has many
okay.
options, h4 and so on.
But okay, I mean, I think this position with bishop until bishop d3, I think white should be still having some slight edge. So something a little bit after this, not sure entirely where though. So let's say rook b8, rook a2, bishop d3.
I'm not checking with.
Yeah, sure.
I was checking with engine in terms of engine bar, but I was not checking options. Engine gives some plus for white.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it
but-
depends which engine,
yes.
because let's say maybe I don't know 6-7 years ago it was considered like just very unpleasant and that's it. Like back in time it was 0.5 evaluation, but things were changed and yeah.
Okay, since there are knights on the board, still there can be some potential, but you're right. Probably just giving 0.40 till some time, and then it's getting equal.
Yeah, but it depends what is the plan because
Yes.
I mean I have a clear plan, and for white has to white has to invent something. I don't. I mean, for me it's clear. I just improving my pieces, and a4 maybe knight c4, and then white has to invent. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So thanks for joining. We will now check other games to see, because it seems, were you following a bit? It seems that Gawain is winning, and also that what's going on here?
Happened here? This is
Too many pawns, right?
last time I checked, it was like opposite colored bishops. This is interesting.
So just extra pawn, right?
Yeah, this is an extra pawn. This is your game. This one looks, Alireza's game looks much better or winning, but I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Like,
Looks winning for black, right?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes, and here, as I said, it looked,
that's a nice move. CD4, he wants knight d5.
yeah. Okay, so some decisive games, but your draw was also interesting enough. Yeah, thanks for joining, and yeah, good luck in the last two rounds.
Thanks.
Thank you. Gawain.
So we are back. Antonetta, how do you feel in terms of post-mortem analysis? Were you trying to prove something, or you're like super objective, realistic? Sometimes it's after the game you're still hot. You can maybe estimate some position being biased.
Well, I'm not sure I'm trying to prove something. Just I tend to be a bit optimistic, not like other players that I know that they always claim that they were winning and so on. But yeah, I mean, I'm normally quite honest in the post-mortems. So yeah, but the games what we had today, I mean, there was maybe not so much for the players to really analyze, because it was not some big thrillers there. But I'll be more interested for the other 3 games which we have left, because I must tell you that Gawain have missed the chance to win the game.
Really?
And it looks fairly even now. So if you want...
Yeah, let's check. I just wanted to add that, for example, after a tough game, and if people started to ask me about some moves, I'm for like 20 minutes, I'm sort of confused. And then I'm throwing some mistakes, and my opponent is is there are some players who cannot immediately analyze after the game. You need some time. I was that kind of person.
No, for me, if it was very complicated game and okay, I tend to go into time troubles, then very often I didn't remember what I was thinking during the
Exactly, exactly.
So when they asked me to analyze, I start thinking again because I just don't remember what I was calculating.
Exactly. Okay, so you said that there was chance missed.
Yeah.
So we left around here.
Yes, and we were very confident that Gawain should be winning. But then he played this knight h5, which was also my first idea. Looking very normal, you're threatening rook e6 and so on, and he just missed queen b4.
You mentioned as a possible defense. Yeah, this is something we were talking about, that it's very important to get information out of the position. So if you don't see and you don't get opponent's threat or opponent's intention, then your move might be wrong. So here, what was the right? 95 or what was the right?
No, but but not easy at all. I've been checking a little bit. And here actually there is seems to be only one move which is winning, which is queen c2.
I mentioned
because
that kind
knight
of move,
e5 was my second idea.
Yep.
But black just takes it, and after queen takes, right? Because you cannot really take with the rook. And then some cool defense like rook f8. And,
rook f8. Really?
Yeah.
Bravo, engine.
And then queen d6. Okay, some very long lines.
This looks like horrible that to allow this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So queen c7, or what is now the idea after queen d6?
The idea is rook e to f7. A very
and then counter-attacking.
not a very human move, maybe. But,
okay, reasonable idea. But to surrender this bishop on e6 is not simple at all. You're right. Okay, then knight e5 might not be the right.
Okay,
right
but
way.
Knight h5 looked very logical. But do you want to see the winning move?
Yes.
So queen c2.
Okay.
Queen c2, okay, obviously threatening the knight g6, so knight f8.
Yep.
And just very simple, take on d5.
Well, I was more fond of checkmating, but here was different agenda.
Just switch the focus to some material gains, because black cannot take cd5 because of knight takes d5. And now the rook is hanging on e7. And if you go gf6, then of course the king is very weak. So you just take on e6, and I don't know, if rook takes, you just
pawn
take.
Takes, everything is
everything is hanging. So I mean, just this very innocent-looking move like queen c2, and there is no defense for black.
But hang on.
It's very strange.
What about bishop f7? Checkmate, I'm blundering. Checkmate.
Yeah, this is the point, that now you take on e7 and just mate on h7. So yeah, that could have been a nice finish of this beautiful game from Gawain, but he played knight h5, queen b4, and of course.
So tell me one more thing. Why rook g8 is bad? Immediately, okay. He wants to protect the rook additionally. So I understand the point. So rook queen b4 is useful.
Yeah.
And then the point is white was threatening to take on e6 when to deflect the rook. When you take with the rook, then queen g7 is a checkmate.
Yeah.
With this move, this is not an option anymore. And if you take on g7, I take on c3, include, and then take with the king.
Yeah.
So here.
So
queen d4 was played.
Yeah.
Rook g8. And it's a new game.
Yeah. Material is equal.
And how is the current situation? So they are really long time, 50 seconds. Usually Gawain is one playing super fast. So let's maybe just follow the game a bit without huge analysis to check, because there are 8 more moves.
No, maybe, you know, we can just mention one interesting line a few moves ago that, okay, I cannot move anything on my computer, but maybe we just go back a few moves.
Okay, let's bring the
So after knight takes h4 and queen takes and rook e to e8, there was an interesting line with knight f6.
Coming back. It's coming back home, right? People here, they understand this.
Yeah,
So,
that would be a disaster to take on f6, but how could black defend after knight f6?
hang on. The pin, queen e7 or what?
Yes, queen e7. And now I take on e6, and queen takes, and knight g8, and it's draw again.
Okay, let's go back to the position. Let's see what's going on. Since Gawain is really long time, he's a great blitz player, but I haven't seen him for a while in time trouble. So this is a new experience for me.
Yeah.
Now also it's probably a psychological issue. If that would be a first round game, because here, you know, losses, they tend to hurt. After 3 losses, it's not so easy to be cool-headed. So another X-ray, queen is X-raying queen.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's protected. Without this A5 pawn, knight G6 would be counter X-raying. So what do you do now?
Now suddenly it looks a bit better for black, right?
Okay, maybe black can... So is rook G3 a threat? It is. If I go rook... Okay, so I need to find a move.
Okay, if I just go queen e1 check and
Okay, king H2.
Okay, queen e5 is not a good idea. Maybe rook e3. And I cannot take on b2. Or can I? Yeah.
I would love to go G5, but this H6 is hanging. So maybe it's time just to wait for a bit, because you're not threatening, you know, Antonetta, you're not threatening rook G3 maybe because of queen E1.
Yeah.
Do I have some time just to go some king H7 or something?
Or even king g8, maybe. I don't know which one is better.
Yeah, because you're not threatening that.
Okay, king h7 was played.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And queen
So
d4.
Michael is thinking in that direction.
Yeah. Queen g4, also a logical move from Gawain, because now some queen f5 can be threatened. Still not easy for both. And yeah, I mean, it was not easy actually to win this game with white. This queen c2 move was really difficult. But
now,
still, white has chances to win
yes.
also now, right?
So how many moves? They have 7 moves. It will be super complicated.
Yeah.
So bishop, queen f5 is a threat. So how do you parry? Rook e5?
Rook e5, yeah. Rook e5.
Yeah, a normal move. And yeah, just to check other games. So we have Nikita Vityugov surviving versus Alireza.
Okay.
It looks to me that this... It looked really bad at some point, but Nikita, as I mentioned, has shown some class, and not many people could do it. You mentioned, Antonetta, this knight c5. That was an important step. He managed to stabilize. Knights need outposts, squares from where they cannot be kicked. And actually, he's holding.
Yeah.
And we have Abdusattorov versus Luke McShane. So we were following where around here. Knight F1. You see how structure has changed? From the G file, it became H file.
But why did white take on G6? I didn't get that.
Probably this was his target. It's a double attack, you know? White material approach.
Because I thought that white could just go
This
knight
is
f5 instead of knight
double attack. He just want to collect.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually that was quite materialistic approach.
Maybe, but I think he gave some counterplay like this, right?
Okay, but still healthy pawn up.
Yeah. A pawn is a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop c6, very good.
Because here black was maybe hoping to end up in some opposite colors bishops.
Yeah.
But now that won't happen. But I was telling you about Luke McShane and his endgames capabilities. He's very good in endgames. So if someone can call this game, Luke would be high on my list.
Okay.
So let's see, is he capable of doing? But I think that we should stay with Gawain versus Mickey, because here everything is burning. Queen e7, now we have some tactics alert. H4 is coming. Who is better here? Usually it's better the one who is having more time on the clock. But here it's not the case.
It's not a big difference, right? Yes, I mean 1 minute versus 3, but they're already on move 36. So,
Okay.
okay, still 4 moves, 5 moves to make for Mickey. But I'm not sure for whom it is easier to play the position.
Just to add that Praggnanandhaa is setting up the dream position I was mentioning, that he might exchange on c4,
Yeah.
set up this famous Capablanca's duo. But let's go back to Gawain versus Mickey, since I don't expect a draw here.
Why should you? Okay,
Rook e1, king h2, yep. Okay, you postponed the decision for one move. Now it's again queen e5.
5.
Okay. Okay.
Some threats. b2 is hanging. g5 can be a threat at some moment.
Maybe even immediately.
Immediately, I don't know. I mean, I'll just take it and rook h3.
King g7, then
Rook
you go rook
g3.
g3, yes.
But since I'm also very materialistic when I play, I would say that black is just threatening to take on b2, maybe, no?
Quite a tense moment. So, 1 minute, not many moves left, but it's very hard to grasp. It's not like kind of position when you can make some moves, being on an autopilot. Queen g3.
Queen g3. Can
Defending over the diagonal. You want to take?
No, but knight d3, right? So I cannot take it.
You can take, because there is a checkmate mode. Ah, no, sorry, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, no, but queen g3. Okay. I think it was a good move. Maybe queen d7 was possible as well, but queen g3 looks much safer, right?
It's a good move, but now you don't have many threats, because you want to play rook g3. You want to place the rook here.
Yeah.
But what is black's useful move? Some b5 or something? Is there a threat? Okay, knight d3. Knight d3 might be a threat.
But I really don't want to exchange queens. So maybe rook e4.
Rook e4 or rook d1.
No, but rook e4, okay, I just want to trick you. If you go knight d3, then I take on h4.
Yeah, useful cheapos always are
Yeah.
more than welcome.
Okay, in time travel.
Yeah. We like this. Setting up cheapos is always good.
So, I don't know. What is the best move in this position? What you said, b5, right?
I was just saying that if I wait, what's going on? Is it some kind of draw? You can take on g3, but then if I wait, d4 was just played. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. d4, and Engine is condemning this move, but I don't believe it's. I don't see anything wrong with that. So I think that Miki is doing good.
I think just Engine doesn't like to exchange queens as well.
Yeah.
And just knight d3 is maybe
Yeah.
equalizing, because I think black was actually better before.
Come.
Hello, Malcolm.
Come.
I think that the engine sometimes gives something an X when it's not the best move.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that it's a bad move, it just
Yes.
means it thinks there was a better one.
Yes.
And because it's a stupid engine, the better move might be 0.001 better.
Just to say, we don't like that guy, Mr. Engine. We don't
Mr.
like
Engine,
him.
no. It's a bit like your sat nav, you know, if it sees a way that might get you there 15 seconds earlier, it will
Yeah.
do it, even though it has hundreds of speed traps and bumps and things like that. You know, so you would never, a human would never go that way, but the computer, you know, is saying, oh, but this is 15 seconds quicker. So it's a little bit like that.
And you know that he completely condemned our chess heritage, because I was playing h5 in some King's Indian. Okay, we have a draw, right? Okay, this is.
Oh, they've agreed to draw. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I will leave you and get them to the post-mortem now.
Yeah. That would be useful. Thanks, Malcolm. So I was playing blitz, and then I played this h5, which is completely normal move in King's Indian, played by Bobby Fischer and everyone. And Engine said it's a mistake, and I was so angry that I didn't want to look anymore the game, because come on, how can you condemn h5 with the idea of knight f7, knight g5 in King's Indian, played by Bobby Fischer, played by all those great players, and suddenly he just completely brushed this history, 40 moves of excellence. So
We have another draw in the
Alireza made the draw versus Vityugov.
Yeah.
So it was promising position. Yesterday it was a bit tough for Alireza to come up with something, but today I think that he can regret not posing more problems to Vityugov, which takes us to the guy who is not making draws, obviously. That's Nodirbek.
Yeah. I'm wondering where Alireza lost his advantage, because
Yeah, maybe
it was looking-
maybe he can join us.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, let's prepare the setup for Alireza. Yeah, and we are back. I'm joined by Alireza and Nikita. Alireza, it looked very promising out of the opening.
Yeah, I was happy with what I got, but couldn't find the break. Yeah.
While Nikita, you showed the class, it was not easy to handle that position.
Yeah, definitely. I believe I got quite a comfortable position out of the opening, but then quickly misplayed it simply because I don't feel these positions like Alireza does, definitely. And well, it was just a free lesson for me. Not completely free because I was suffering for a couple of hours.
Yes.
Yeah, but everything valuable comes with a price. Yeah. So
my point is that not many people will handle this against Alireza, that position, when it looked really tough. Yeah. Okay. So fast forward, Sicilian. Nikita, you went to these open lines and all those main lines.
Yeah, bishop e2. Yeah, I mean, like I played here. Almost every move possible, like bishop g5, queen d3, bishop e3, I believe. I mean, like many of them, a4, g3. So it's just, yeah.
You expected Alireza bishop e2, sort of?
I was not expecting e4 actually.
Yeah. Okay.
I was thinking about d4 mostly, but I checked a bit. But not bishop e2. Yeah.
Okay, yesterday you were probably disappointed with the opening outcome. Today you got a good chance in the similar structure.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I should go d5. It's probably just draw.
Yeah, it's slightly worse. Yes, White has some pressure, but I knew for sure that Alireza wouldn't go there, because it doesn't. It doesn't.
So taking on f4 or what?
Takes. Like takes
96. Yes, exactly. Queen d2 and then
takes long castle. Yeah, still White has some optical pressure, I would say. Yeah. Of course, it's
okay. So you went for rook c8, castles 95.
Yeah, and and the thing is that I checked 95 first instead of rook c8. Yes. Can we go like 95 here, long castle, short castle, and here I knew my line, rook h g1. There were even games here, b5, g4, b5.
Sorry.
b5, g4. I believe it's knight g6. Am I right? Knight g6. Yes. G5, b4, b4. Yeah. G takes f6, bc3. And yeah, it's a messy position, but White is better. At least I knew it's. I mean, I knew that it's.
Okay, this engine is not so strong, so you have better engine. So yeah.
White, b takes e3, bishop f6, bishop e6. Yeah, I mean, quite a complex position, but at least here I would be in the book. Yeah, but. Perhaps this
rook c8.
Rook c8, yes, it makes a lot of difference. Yeah, I should be doing something else. Yeah, I mean, like castle. Yeah, what I was doing looked sound, but then I ended up in just
everything.
Wait, went wrong. Yeah, g4, knight c4. Yeah.
Here maybe queen e1. I was commenting this.
I
maybe
was thinking queen d4 actually.
Queen d4.
Yeah, it was.
And then g5. Like knight d7, g5, and black's position is very sad actually. h4, h5.
Yeah.
This is about this feeling, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, because more important is to, after queen d4, before knight d5. Like, after queen d4, before knight d5, it means. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop f6, queen e4. It's not made.
Nothing here.
Doesn't work, yeah?
So, queen e1.
Also queen e1,
yeah. And if queen c7, something like, or not, I don't know.
Knight d4 or g5.
Just g5, yeah. Knight d7, what? How bad is it? Just here, bishop c4, of course.
Or knight d4.
Yeah. No, bishop to x4 was such a soft decision. Yeah, I mean, like
So you took on c4, and then after it looks like black is just getting to that position, almost forcing.
Because my first intention was queen e2 here.
Here. I could just take him.
like queen e2, yes. D5.
Take on c3, right? Or
Yeah.
Rook c3, yes. Here I think it's
Queen
relatively
A8,
okay for me. Yeah, I mean it's playable, yeah, but it's better than in the game. Yeah,
Yeah.
because at least here I'm exchange up. Yeah, I wasn't sure about before here. Before maybe just bad. Yeah, g5. I thought yeah g5. B takes, g takes. Yeah,
This,
but,
I
probably
was thinking knight h5.
knight h5, but then I have knight d5. Do I?
Knight d5. Oh, I missed knight d5. Ah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I missed knight d5.
and bishop d5, rook d5.
Rook d5. Yeah.
And knight d4, queen c4.
Queen c4. I'm on time. Yeah.
Knight d5, and
Oh,
it's also not so simple to evaluate this, huh?
Yeah, black is fine.
Black is fine.
yeah. After bishop takes c4, black is definitely fine. Yeah.
So you played, how was it, g5, knight e4? So why didn't you take on d6? This was a question here.
Yeah, I thought
Why g5? Okay, takes probably.
takes.
Takes
Yeah, take.
Take.
Same, I thought.
instead of this
No,
g.
it's queen d6.
Rook d6.
94. It's not same.
No, okay, it's much better version. Yes,
Oh, I thought
I was dreaming about it. Yes, so and here I can play at least g5. Yeah, at least and transpose into.
The point is that I think I could keep the queens in the.
Yes, and how here you cannot. I was thinking that you might go queen c8 is possible. I was thinking, is that an idea?
Keep the queen in the game. In the game.
So in the game you played.
All right.
So it was g5, takes, bishop d6.
Ah, bishop G. Okay, bishop f5 is good. Takes.
It was good. You played all the best, sort of.
Rook e8 is fine. Takes. Is it queen g4?
Queen g4.
Queen
And-
c4.
If queen c4, I take the pawn. Then what?
Wow, I didn't consider queen c4 at all.
Queen c4 even.
So queen
Queen
c4.
c4 take h6, I think.
H6, b3.
H5 only move.
Now fun
b3.
starts.
B3
And
and
then queen g4.
Queen g4. And
It's just good position.
just h5 slowly.
Yeah, it is really
You
hard.
go
And
slowly,
if you take, then the rook goes, right? If you take,
yeah,
rook
it's rook
e2.
e2. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. No.
Yeah, this was really
and
hard.
this
to
is
see.
the point, yeah.
I didn't say h5. I saw h6, and I
Yeah,
thought.
it's positional.
What is the
no?
difference now? Hang
Okay,
on.
here I go b3,
B3.
and here I can take. Yeah, queen g5 I can take it.
Okay,
So
okay.
I just
There is no.
Wow, it's just positional, yeah. It's not easy, this. So knight c5, queen c6 is already, everything is gone, yeah?
Queen c4 is a big difference. Probably queen c6 also is slight plus.
Yeah, but a5. Now, vice position is easier to play, I think,
well,
practically.
I'm not sure about that actually. I have to go before. Yeah,
Yeah.
now my king is not like it's not safe. A5 and queen d5 doesn't work. Yeah, queen d5 just queen g6 and
Yeah.
so I have to go here g6 h4.
So taking on b4 is good, or
Yeah, it's decent.
It must. I believe. Anyway, it comes down to that.
okay? So it's not possible to avoid it. Okay, g6.
G6, h4.
H4, H5, queen f3, king b2.
Did you consider queen c7 instead of queen f3? I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, I considered queen
Just
c7.
one question: if I go h5 here, and I don't want to push g6,
Here I
will
take. Here
you
I
take?
of course.
And then
No. I can't afford.
okay. So I cannot play.
Yeah.
I need to go g6 first.
H4, I saw queen c7, but
I wasn't sure about queen c7 because here. How I
yeah, queen d4, yeah.
queen d4. Then I thought queen cannot be. What was it? Rook a8.
King b2.
In b2, then queen a7.
Ah, okay.
Queen c3. Yeah, probably it's okay for me. Yeah, but well.
Not simple move, but probably it's good. Because
It's
now,
actually because you should just put your pieces in dark square.
yeah. But now white cannot move, right? You cannot move the queen. Okay,
but
queen b3.
I cannot
Yes,
do anything.
Yeah,
It's just draw
it's
it.
just a draw.
Mutual Suksang, yeah. So
So you played.
queen f3, yeah, king b2, h5. It's a very good move, yeah. Do I have to take? I do, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm just in big trouble, yeah. Like
Yeah.
Some what endgame
yeah.
then? Okay. You
Take,
took.
take. Queen c3. Well, I didn't like it, but well, what else? Yeah, I mean, because at least in this endgame, I had some the direction to play. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be active and well, hoping that it would be enough.
But it
yeah.
looked. I don't know,
evaluation-
dangerous, but it's
This
dangerous.
evaluation doesn't make any sense. It's
Yeah.
either winning or
Yeah,
not.
but it looks very dangerous now with white, huh?
It
No,
does,
you were not.
No, it does, of course, but still, I am well. I also have some ideas, yeah, against this b5 pawn. Yes. So, what
It's also scary for black. King goes b3, c4.
King h5, yes.
Knight d3.
Wow,
Yeah,
takes.
king. I wasn't sure about that. Well, it could have worked, but like
Take some
rook
b5,
b5, yes,
yes.
and of course.
Start
Bishop d3, yeah.
start pushing
What?
right. So you.
Bishop d3. No, bishop d3. It can't be true. No, I can't believe it. f5.
Rook b7. Yeah, let's go rook b7.
Rook b7. Yeah.
Okay, this engine is not good probably, but maybe it's
You
still
should
good
be
enough.
so precise with black here. It's crazy.
I don't
Why
know.
is he giving checks? What is okay? He wants to have. No,
He
these
wants
checks
to
are. No, checks are not. Okay, king g4. Let's say you push. Which one? You push
c4.
d4
No, check made sense, but
here, huh?
yeah.
Okay, king. Where?
Why is not winning here?
It might be, yeah.
f4, f.
Difficult to realize, yeah, but
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, why black is so faster here? Yeah, but
yeah.
Because of king, yeah, my
Yeah.
king is better.
Yeah.
crazy. So you didn't take on h4.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't consider bishop take d3
Yes.
at all. Yeah, it looked like
In the end game, you should keep the bishop,
of
right?
course, yeah, of course.
So rook b8.
So here I'm kind of okay. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, rook b7 was nothing.
yeah here is gone. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
It's a draw.
Yes.
So only this position we can
Yeah,
just
bishop
recheck
d3.
once again. So king h4, probably rook b5, right?
Yeah,
There is
rook
nothing
b5,
else. Okay. Now this crazy
Takes
bishop
only
d3
move. It's only move.
and king d3. And
f5.
F5, yeah.
is it a difference? G5, f5, so huge difference.
Yeah, the f5
G5
makes more sense.
Yes.
Of course. It's a 5. Yeah.
We have Prague as well later.
Okay, great. Rook b7. Now I don't get it. This rook d8, king
Yeah,
e2.
this check it just disturbs my king, yeah, because I either stop my c pawn or go into some mating. I'm kind of
Yes, this is made. Let's say rook d8, king e2, and now you
yeah.
push. Yes.
Yes, now
so-
g5, king g3, f3.
but he doesn't play.
Yeah, he goes,
he doesn't play this.
Rook c8. Rook c8.
wow, g5, king f3. Wow. Oh yeah, king f3.
King g3, huh?
King g3. Rook b5 only move.
What?
Now
No,
rook
no,
f8.
come on,
But okay, this what's this? King f1.
I think
Okay,
it's
king
lost
f1 I
for
don't believe now. King f1
No, I think it's just
yeah.
lost position.
King f1 I don't believe. So let's do something else. Let's go. Don't go to e2.
No,
Maybe, huh?
you mean what?
Maybe not rook b7.
Not rook b7 here, yeah?
Not previous.
If you come with the king up,
Yeah, c4.
c4, yeah?
f4, rook b6.
I can take the mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b6. Oh, this is crazy. King g5 only move.
Yeah, king g5.
But guys, you are good in the rook's endgames. This
My
is
king is cut,
very
yeah.
strange.
Rook b7, king f6.
Oh, it's really nice, yeah?
Okay, stopping, coming back, coming from behind.
Here it's winning, of course.
Yeah. No, I think we should have a better engine, a bit better engine to give you like final conclusion, because this one is not giving you immediately
I think I
the
have
concept.
feeling
Maybe
it's
it's
just
lost.
winning, yeah.
Yes, maybe it's lost, but this
Yeah,
one
I
is
think
not
it's
giving
winning.
you
Yeah.
that final outcome.
Yeah, crazy.
So what was your mistake then, Nikita? But here, what is this knight b7? I don't get it.
Yeah, I considered it, but yeah, I wasn't sure about this endgame. Yeah, rook c8, rook c5. Well, here I wasn't sure if I'm in time or not. Yeah, like rook takes, rook c5,
It seems that you are.
bc5, king h4.
But this looks also scary with the bishop.
Extremely scary. Yeah, like knight d6, bishop e6, g pawn is marching on. Yeah,
c6, let's say.
g5. Because here, you know, I can lose like c7, g4.
And black is not risking.
Yes. Just complicated. What to say? Yeah. Okay. We have some another guests waiting. Thanks for joining. Yeah. See you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
And we are back. Praggnanandhaa, Rameshbabu, congratulations for your win. We are very curious. We were following your game. Besides the main tournament, it was quite interesting. Any remarks? Were you surprised by e6 or something at the beginning?
Yeah, first of all, like it is a bit strange to play like in the open while Highlight is playing, but you know, the players are really strong in the open as well. And I mean, as we saw today, like it was a huge fight, and I was not really sure what was going on. French did come as a slight surprise, but I was nevertheless ready for it. I had something planned, so.
I was commentating together with Antonetta that you might not have this big experience with those players in open tournaments because you immediately went to very top. I know them very, very well. Ivic, Gavrilescu, maybe you know what to choose, which kind of opening. They're quite good in theory, and yeah, it's not so simple to outplay them.
Yeah, I mean, I was checking last which was the last open I was playing, and I played like 2 years back or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I mean, since then I've also been playing non-stop. So it's been some time since I played an open event, and of course, like everything changes how you approach the game, the mindset and everything. So yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the experience, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, everyone is happy that you are around, but for you it's another story. Would you like to play somewhere else? But here we are very happy to have you in this tournament. Okay, so e4, e6, d5. Any hesitation? Knight c3 is the main move.
Yeah, it's just the main line.
Okay, knight c3, knight f6.
Yeah, I saw that he had played this last year, but I didn't think this was coming because he had his other main options like knight off or other Sicilians. So this did come as a slight surprise, but as I said, I had something planned, so I just went ahead with it.
Okay, so knight f6, Actually, this is quite a viable line, and maybe bishop b4 is more risky for black. Knight f6 is much more solid, from my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you share this? Winawer is quite tricky to play against you.
Yeah, nowadays people are just playing this and trying to be solid in French, which is, I mean, which is surprising, but yeah.
There was a funny remark. There was a game between Luke Mendonca and Vidit. Vidit was white, and then he misplayed it, and then the comment was, French defense is opening when you play superbly precise. Your opponent makes a mistake, and then you play superbly precise, and then it's a draw.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's still a little bit. So dc5?
Yeah, so the main moves, of course, knight f3, but I think the main line nowadays is knight c6, bishop e3, and queen b6. Sorry, I mean cd 94 and queen b6.
And it's not, and it's quite sort of easy to prepare. It's not so hard with the black pieces to go for it.
There are like so many games, and it's just like concrete line, which if you know very well, it's probably a draw at the end of the day. So,
you were avoiding that.
Yeah, I wanted to get a game, and dc5 felt like one of the ways to play, and
knight c6.
Yeah, this a3 is some sort of a new thing.
Okay. You were familiar with the details. Who played it? Maybe some other top players?
It's not really common. It's it's like one game or something. So it's already new territory. So I was happy to get this. And then I was also happy to see knight c5, which is quite an inaccuracy, because after this white gets an easy play. But I think I messed up later as well. Like knight f3, bishop.
What he should have?
Bishop
a5
c5,
or take
bishop c5.
Okay.
The main thing.
So he took with the knight.
Bishop e3. A6. Yeah, maybe I should just play bishop e2 and short castle. I think that's like so much.
We can
so much
give you
easier.
a story that you can. Okay. So
yeah, bishop e2 a6. Bishop e3 a6. Yeah, maybe just bishop e2, short castle, and then queen e1, queen f2. I thought was a good plan.
Seems like a pleasant position for white, right?
Yeah, it is. But after preparing all this, I was like, I wanted to go long castle, so I just played queen d2 immediately. Then realized it's not such a great move, because of course queen d2 is not like a mistake or something, but still, like if I don't want to go long castle, then not clear what I'm doing with queen d2.
Okay, so you went.
Yeah, I wanted to justify playing queen d2 because my plan with queen d2 was I wanted to go queen f2 for short castle. The previous move, yeah.
A previous move, okay. Queen f2.
Yeah, but there was queen a5, and I wasn't sure what was happening. Like I have to go long castle here and knight d7, and then he's getting b5, b4, and it's again concrete.
Double edge, yeah.
Yeah, so long castle.
So you played the long castle.
b5.
Queen f2 now.
Yeah. I mean, I was not sure if it's such a great thing what I'm doing, but at least it keeps a fight, and I was just happy to get a fight in this game.
Knight d4, takes.
Yeah, because I wanted to get bishop d3, but then there is b4, a4, knight b4, eating the bishop.
So bishop d3?
b4, a4, knight b4, it's the bishop. Yeah, so I wanted to get rid of this knight to get bishop d3.
Okay.
I thought this is it's a clever way.
Were you surprised by f6 in this position?
Yeah, I didn't really see it.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting some sort of rook b8, b4, and it's complicated. Yeah, I was looking at this line like rook b8, bishop d3, b4, takes f5, and I thought this could a5. No, just b5.
No, just takes, yeah.
Yeah, rook b4, f5. I thought it was good, but I did miss f6.
Oh.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah. Everything is king in this position,
Yeah,
right?
this takes right.
Okay, now I think maybe probably black takes over, yeah.
So he played
Yeah, he played the
f6 immediately.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I thought maybe
But usually this is a reaction to take.
Yeah, I was. I mean, that was my main move. But bishop f6, I thought. I mean, it's solid. I'm probably slightly better or something, but it is a solid position, and probably like black's moves are easier after this. Even though I know I'm probably slightly better, I thought it's queen g3 kind of keeps like game more concrete. That's what I felt.
Were you regretting this decision a bit later or no? Or in terms of what?
Not really.
Because here we were discussing this a5 option. Not yet. When was it?
Yeah. That was That was important, yeah. Yeah, that b4 was critical.
Not an easy move, but critical one.
Yeah, bishop d3, queen e7. Yeah, here I spent a lot of time. I was not sure how to continue because he's going to play a5 next move, like no matter what I'm going to play, and it's not really obvious. I thought rook hf1 or h4 were the other candidate moves, and h4 a5 was again the issue. Rook hf1. I thought even bishop b7 or something. Yeah, every time he gets this a5 in the next move, it's a counterplay. So I went knight e2, hoping that he will not play a5, and
He didn't.
fortunately,
Okay, so what was your plan after a5?
honestly, I didn't know. I thought maybe I should go knight d4, ab.
Knight c6, right?
Yeah, I thought if I wanted a bailout, I have queen h3.
Okay.
I thought this was also interesting. G6, queen e6, rook, knight e6, rook f2, knight c7, rook a3, e6. I thought this was like extremely forced. I mean, here I thought black has probably many options and should be fine, but this knight c5, e7, bishop d7, and maybe bishop b5 I was thinking. I wasn't sure how to refute this. It's like extremely forced line.
Yeah, it's not. This is not an easy move at all. Rook c3. Oof.
I saw rook a2, but I thought rook
This
a2,
rook
rook d2 is a
c3 is
drive.
very
rook
tough.
c3.
Very tough move. With this position to play rook c3, okay.
But okay, it's long, and I thought black must have something in between to solve the issues. But this is like one of the ways, and ab4 knight c6 is of course critical. This is what we were discussing after the game, like queen c5. I wasn't sure. Like I thought at best I should probably have a draw, like queen h3 g6, also queen h4 g6. I didn't see like a way to continue. I thought black gets like enough counterplay at least to make a draw.
Okay, but maybe you can get some question in front of him. Let's say even if you take, well, how will he play?
This is just bad, no? Like I don't have attack and.
Okay, probably a6 is not a great move,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he plays it, the engine plays it so easily.
Yeah, knight e2 a5 was also. I mean, I didn't want to make this move, but c3 was the other option, which is of course a bit sad. Yeah.
Okay, but c3, yeah. Why so sad?
I mean, okay, at least it's like better thing for black, like knight d6, bishop d7, and gets a lot of counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was happy to see knight b6.
Okay.
But
So instead of a5, he went for knight b6.
I mean, I should have started with knight f4. I was just regretting this after playing rook hf1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just over. Like, I mean,
Threatening bishop
practically at least.
h7, right? Tough.
Yeah, and then rook f1. I mean, I basically wanted to do the same, but I started with rook f1. I just forgot that he can, he can go knight c4 or rook f1 also. So, no, I don't think I played well in this phase of the game.
Did he give a reason not to play a5 after the
He was
game?
not sure about knight d4, knight c6. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. I mean, I was just trying to create something, but okay.
So knight c4. Now you still need to work, right? It's not
Yeah,
rook f8.
I thought this was good. Yeah, here he should have gone bishop d7. I thought that was the best. And then basically not to trade the rooks, and I mean, not to trade the rooks, but like keep this bishop d7, queen e7, because always to get this a5 counterplay. Because after rook a7, all these endgames are just like really unpleasant.
Capablanca's duo, I was mentioning queen and a knight. Yeah, it looks very tough to play this position with black. He will take on c4 and
Yeah.
all pieces on light pairs.
Yeah, instead of bishop c4, queen d8 is not great.
No.
King
Probably it's
g7.
good.
Yeah, no, king g7. I wanted knight f3. Is it? Yeah, also good. Okay. I thought this is maybe like a cleaner way, but okay, what happened in the game is also probably clean. I mean, this g4 is important. I mean, I thought maybe instead of g4 also like bishop b7, queen d6 probably wins. Like bishop d5, queen a6. But I think that gives a lot of counterplay practically. Yeah, this is just clean. I think I mean every endgame is just lost. Every queenless endgame is just lost. Yeah, so
This is a dream position, right?
yeah. Yeah, this was kind of important to calculate knight b5, but okay, it's not difficult. Once you see the move, it's just easy. No, here I was thinking if I should like calculate and finish it off or like play like this, play like Capablanca, right? Just trade the go to Queen A7 and then trade the queens. I thought. I mean, this position requires such a finish. Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Yes. No, but yeah, one critical point he missed, and then against a player against your caliber, it's over. Instead of knight b6, a5 was necessary. When he didn't play it, it's game over.
Yeah, probably I also didn't. Didn't really show my best, but I think. At a critical moment, I think I was playing well. So
since you are here, just small comment about yesterday game. People were asking what has happened there versus. Hang on, I'll need to find that.
Probably you need to change it.
No, I have it. Versus Ivic, it was quite.
Yeah, it was. It was a good prep, but ended in a sad. So I can tell you, like a few moves back.
Okay.
Yeah, so I knew all this. It's funny because I faced this against Anish a few months back in Esports World Cup. And he played this knight g5, which I didn't know, like b3 and then giving up this pawn. And I reacted with rook e3.
Okay.
Which is slightly worse, but if you don't know, you kind of make this draw because queen h5, h6, knight f7, rook h3.
Rook h3, okay.
Yeah, I saw this, and then here even queen d5, which is a draw because c6, knight h6, knight f7 is a draw. But gh3 and white is better. So after the game, I checked that rook e7 is fine, but okay, it's risky for black. And Ivic was Anish's second at some point, so it's possible that they might have prepared it together.
Yeah.
And g6, knight e4. I knew all this. I looked at it before the game. So knight f6, king h8, knight g4. And here I remember rook e8, f4. I mean, my file said rook e8, f4, f6, f5, and g5 something, and I mean, zeros as usual. This is what I remember during the game. But of course, the line is instead of rook e8, I should go rook e4 first.
Rook e4?
No, not here. Instead of rook e8.
What is the difference?
So now the thing is, if he goes rook c1, I can just develop normally like queen e7. My rook is much better on e4.
Yeah.
So he has to go f3.
F3,
and then I go rook e8 back. And this is what my file says. I just forgot, and I went rook e8 back. And still
showing that everything is under control. Or?
Yeah. Rook c1 happened.
Okay.
It's still not worse because I have to go rook e4 or rook e6 back, which is. I know it's not. I just played rook e8, which is in my file. And the other moves were queen d6 or f6. Obviously, those are just, really dangerous. I was trying to justify my memory with f6, which is probably not a good thing. Once you realize this is just bad, but yeah. So
bishop f4, a good move, right?
Good move. Rook e6.
Yep.
Rook fe1.
Yeah.
Queen e7.
Yes.
And when playing rook e6, like I played rook e6, I thought I'm probably okay. But after playing rook e6, I realized I have rook and e6 is just wins here.
Rook e6, queen e6,
queen e3.
Queen e3.
This is like an easy move to miss. I also missed it at first, but then once I spotted it, it's like over queen e3.
Yeah.
Fe3, king g7. I think like bishop c7, rook c8, knight f6.
And discovered attack.
It is easy to miss, but I thought once you see queen e3, there is like no way for me to back out. Yeah, like it's like.
And why knight f6 is not working?
Immediately knight f6.
This is what I thought. But rook f8.
Rook f8, yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So that's why like queen e3 is a difficult move. But once he sees it, it's over. That's why I offered a draw, but he didn't see it. But he wanted to play rook e3, which is like completely fine for black.
But is this connected with the profile of the tournament that this wouldn't happen at some top tournament in some different situation?
Nowadays there are no draw offers allowed or it's until 30 moves, so you can never do this.
But your choice, maybe you won't go for that line against him because against some other top player, because you expect that they know those details, or what do you think? Is it too risky to play that kind of line?
No, I think the line is fine. It's just that my memory was just. If I didn't know rook e8, then I would have thought and played rook e6 or rook e4, which is much better move because rook e8 is a strange move, of course. So it's like knowing too much or even seeing too much. If I didn't see queen e3, I would have probably played on
exactly.
And I also had 20 minutes advantage. And if he's going rook e3, then I'm I'm
But you know,
completely
if
fine,
this
so-
would have happened, then immediately they will say, "What are you doing? How can you lose that kind of game?" Yeah, immediately people will start questioning.
No, but also it's like, I mean, I didn't want to gamble everything in one game, so
yeah,
it didn't make too much sense.
Yeah, but now situation in standings is not bad for you, I believe. Now it's more or less fine.
Yeah.
You're leading the tournament, so still looks quite good now, right?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
some more games.
Thanks. What are your next plans? Where do you planning to go? Except World Rapid and Blitz, I believe.
Yeah, there is also Global Chess
Chess League, yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
you mentioned maybe Waikanzi, right?
yeah, there is Vaik. There is also Tata Steel India in Kolkata. So
Tough schedule.
yeah,
And
yeah.
maybe some open tournament in between.
No, probably. no. I think it's yeah.
Enough. Yeah. Thanks, Prag. Yeah, thanks. Okay, guys. Thanks, and let's prepare a
Thank you.
setup.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and we are back. Another guest. Very interesting game, which ended up in a draw. Maybe, Michael, your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, well, I'm not in great shape here, I think seems to be the general impression. No, I mean, Gawain played quite well. He had some idea in the opening and he was putting some pressure. But okay, I think at one moment I made a move, it would be better just to pass. And okay, I was super lucky I was not losing on the spot. Or at least if I was losing on the spot, it was not so obvious. So, yeah.
Very interesting game to follow, by the way. Antonetta and me, we were really enjoying so many interesting moments. Your opinion, Kevin?
Yeah.
You were very close scoring a win.
Yeah, it went as well as a Vienna possibly could. So the opening worked very well. Yeah, then at the critical moment, I just couldn't quite find the win. And I was running low on time and yeah, things went wrong quite quickly and I was a bit worried that I was going to lose the whole point with no time.
Usually you're not getting low on time, so I was a bit surprised.
Yeah, it tends to happen like that when I'm not quite on form as well, but I spend more time thinking about the game, which, yeah, I regretted. I think I spent half an hour on a couple of moves and then I only had 15 minutes left for about 15 moves, which in a critical position.
Okay, let's bring the board. Let's bring the board. Antonetta, if you want to add anything,
No,
feel
just
free to jump.
I was following this game so much, not only because it was the most exciting of the round, but also because I started playing Vienna recently. So I was impressed. For me, yeah. So I was impressed how you managed to get a winning position in this line. Maybe you explain to us how it is done, because I can never manage that.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, it's the best you possibly can get from the opening. Okay, there's a lot of scary lines as well with the Great Bishop C5s, but...
In 19th century, F4 was the idea, but now things have changed a bit.
Yeah, I was delayed F4. In some setups, I'm going F4. But,
basically your white pieces are more than fine. You're struggling in this tournament with the black pieces. White pieces really looks good. Okay.
Yeah,
so
well, I was pressing against Sam. Yeah, a couple of interesting draws with the top guys, and yeah, I had good chances today as well.
Okay, any moment, anything to add, just feel free. Michael, were you surprised a bit with the opening.
Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no, okay. I mean, in a way, we actually got Italian if you run it on a few moves, but I was losing a tempo because I had to drop the bishop back to c5. I think we got, because sometimes they play this line now with white where you just give the bishop, but you have good pieces and you get to push d4 quite early. So I guess white gained, something, and yeah, I was not.
Yeah, some hybrid between 4 knights and an Italian around here.
Maybe it's an appropriate question, but Michael, are you fed up a bit because with those lines, because you're playing for all your career, you're an expert, fabulous, but sometimes, I know it's not easy to enjoy those details. How do you feel when you're playing so many games?
Time to take out the dragon.
Okay, dragon is maybe too drastical, but...
Well, okay, I mean, yeah, it's just... No, it's not really the openings that bothering me, but just didn't feel the game at all.
Okay, so bishop c5, you mentioned that you needed to come back.
Yeah, probably what actually cost me was that I had some very similar position to, if you go on a few moves, I think it's still in my notes, but there are so many different move orders.
Okay.
But this kind of position where I go even rook e1 and d4 and queen c2, this setup, I should have been able to play more or less immediately, but I think I spent 40 minutes to reach it, which
a5 is quite a useful move, right?
Well, okay, I'm trying to hint at something with the pawn on b3. And, okay, black also needs some space, otherwise I could just get squashed if I don't take some territory somewhere.
Okay, so d4, bishop b6.
And we were discussing about d5 here immediately, right?
Yeah,
Was it here?
Yeah. And if I take on...
On if knight takes
Knight takes
e5,
e5.
knight takes e4.
I'm using the same trick, but not even winning a pawn. Maybe.
Yeah, because you cannot take on e4.
But even, I don't know, maybe some...
I thought bishop f5.
Yeah.
Or just take.
No, just take.
Okay. Yeah, take is possible, but...
Yeah, because you cannot take. Queen takes f6 and rook takes bishop f5.
Will you go now bishop f4 or not?
I had a feeling I was a bit better in this kind of thing. Knight c4 and b4 in some order. Maybe b4 immediately.
Yeah, I don't think anything is wrong with this. Although bishop d7 is, to me, it looks not so simple because bishop is basically also fine on c8 maybe. Yeah, but...
Yeah, okay, I didn't even think about d5, so that didn't help me very much.
Yeah, this bishop d7, you were thinking that you should wait a bit, that white does something, right? Or just to play some useful
no, I mean,
moves.
I was thinking, bishop e3, then I can maybe take on d4 with this knight e4 idea. And okay, well, so I just spent way too much time earlier, so I was trying to make some quick moves and not run too low on time.
Okay, takes.
Yeah, and if you don't take on d4, it's just unpleasant, right? So you need this. And I don't think I can take with the c pawn because knight takes e4 now is knight takes the bishop f5.
I think that works, yeah.
So you must take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And this looked fine, right?
Yeah, I thought I should be better here, but yeah, I spent a lot of time to try and figure out how. Yeah, it's double-edged as well. If Mickey can just sit on e6 and play c5, then I'll be worse. I think what I did was right.
Yeah, I was reasonably happy, but this knight h5 was a very, really good move.
Takes, and...
Yes, I wanted to stop
this
c5
knight
first.
h5 looks a bit scary because suddenly a lot of ideas with rook lifts, with pawn pushes.
Yeah, it's just lots of ideas. Even sometimes knight f6 check or queen d2, knight f6, or kind of c4 and maybe queen c3 to g3 or rook e3. Just lots of ideas, and it wasn't so obvious how to play.
Yeah, Vienna style, but from d4 motif. Yeah, knight f6. So rook e7.
Maybe not. I'm not sure it was the best, but okay.
That was actually a very good move, huh? The c4. Because suddenly then you got
some
this...
queen c3 ideas, as well as
very nice
and
move.
opening up the rook on d1. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, probably rook e7 wasn't right. to allow c4.
Because it seems that you will start working on the king side, but then that came the c4, which was very useful. Knight
And yeah, I
G6.
thought knight g6 just lost to e6, so I got excited around here.
But you were right, actually.
And now, yeah,
I thought you had to take with the rook.
Yeah, rook takes.
Rook takes was the
But
better.
you had some reasons, I believe.
I mean, I just missed d6, and I was like, okay. Yeah, I mean, what to do? You
Okay.
just have to kind of carry on and hope for the best.
Okay, why not with the rook? Is there any?
I was going to play rook, swap rooks and play queen c3 and knight d4. I thought this was at least...
Because now knight f6, bishop f7 in the end.
Yeah, so I
here
don't have
knight
this,
d4. Looks scary. Yeah.
Yeah, with queen
Bishop
g3.
D7? Queen G3 is.
Yeah, queen g3 was my idea.
Also, other knight is coming. Yeah.
King f7? I don't know. Yeah, bishop,
Sorry,
bishop d7, queen g3, king
Bishop
f7.
d7.
maybe?
I thought I could go queen d6 and take on d5 if...
Yeah,
If I have
okay,
to.
but that doesn't look like...
Knight,
but yeah,
knight
it's like-
g7 now.
Not the end of the world, yeah.
Knight g7 doesn't work. Queen d4. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like this. I was wondering about f4s as well. But I decided I just had to play it. And,
Well, maybe f4, rook g8. I mean, yeah, this looks much more... There's also f4, then you're in some pin with the knight, which is
yeah,
not so bad.
Yeah.
I should take time out and take on d5 or something. But yeah, it's... Okay, I didn't really consider king f7.
Okay, so bishop takes, queen c3, f6, and now this looks like
Yeah, we were
a
just
final
talking
blow, but
afterwards,
it wasn't a final blow.
Well, I wanted to go queen c2.
Which was the winning move.
Yeah, but rook f8. And I just realized when I was talking to Mickey afterwards that knight e5 or knight h4
Yeah.
is winning.
Yeah, 95. Yeah, just make
Yeah, this is a move I missed.
Yeah. That
Yeah, I was about to play queen c2, but okay. There was some distractions in the playing hall as well.
And then you started to drift, knight h5 came, right? And
Yeah, I missed queen b4, and then suddenly it's not clear at all.
what kind of distractions?
Well, there was some disagreement in one of the games.
Okay. We don't know anything about it. So
Gawain was a bit unlucky. They started that moment to have a very loud argument behind us, and it went on a long time, so it was a bit...
Open tournament or?
Yeah, in the open tournament.
actually, Queen C2 is the only move.
But this game is started to become very complicated. All three results were possible.
Yeah, no, I realized at this point that I was no longer, well, I wasn't sure if I was winning before, but I felt like it must be. But now, yeah, that's, if Mickey gets a couple moves, then I'm just going to be worse.
Yeah, and maybe this even happened, right?
Yeah, knight h4 feels a ridiculous move, but you see, I'm down to 2 minutes I just need to play something.
I mean, probably knight f6 or something now was just queen e7, rook e6, and taking the draw
Yes.
was,
Yeah, this
was reasonable. I mean, well, it's no really better.
They were
than-
showing this, yeah, that this just ends in a draw.
No, this was ridiculous. I thought till I had like 20 seconds and didn't play knight f6, which got 13 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, but now to win this game with black pieces also is not so easy, right?
Not for me, anyway.
It feels that you are more than fine, but it's quite tricky as well, right? This rook
Yeah.
lift is coming.
Well, rook d3 must be the critical moment. Maybe there's something there because that looks a bit shaky for white. But
Yeah, I wasn't happy with rook d3, but again, I played with 9 seconds, so it's no.
one move. Yeah, it's if I make one move, white is
Yeah, you,
organised the game.
King
by
H7.
King h7 wasn't
Yeah.
right, but I couldn't think of anything.
Unfortunately, it finished after I missed queen c2.
Yeah.
Yeah, King H7. It's not winning probably, but also understandable. You just want to make some move.
Maybe I should go check and queen e5. Maybe that was a better idea.
Yeah, I was kind of relieved when I got queen g4 in, but at least my pieces felt slightly.
Maybe I could take this pawn on b2 or something. Probably the point is black can maybe grab a pawn somewhere and the game goes on. But
So king h7, queen g4, you mentioned going, yeah, now it's...
My pieces are defended now. So. I'm not sure about h4 either.
Still was not so simple.
Yeah, I was scared.
Is there any move now for black? I was not sure.
Maybe just queen takes b2. Well, then knight g3. So.
Yeah, no.
Rook somewhere, rook e4 we were mentioning maybe.
Rook e4. So rook e4, knight d3.
Rook
h4, king g1. This is what we were talking about.
Rook d4 in the end, rook's endgame, right?
Rook b7. Yeah, it's probably
Yeah, maybe it's... Now it's quite drawish, right? d4. Yeah, very interesting game, what to say, yeah. Probably harder to play. For us, it was very entertaining. Yeah, okay, thanks for joining again, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It was quite obvious what will happen here, so we left you with those final moments. Hopefully we will get the winner here as well. Antonetta, what to say? Abdusattorov is crashing the field.
Very impressive. I mean, after this theoretical draw in the first round, he's just winning every single game. And today, it was kind of, okay, I cannot even say long game, but very technical game, right? And I'm afraid just Maxine didn't have any chance to save it. I mean, he had a worse position and less time, and Abdusattorov just kept pressing and increasing his advantage, and he won the game.
Yeah, in those circumstances where Abdusattorov is just crashing the field, it's tough to resist that position with so many options. Maybe Luke in his best shape could do it, but it's very hard. I believe that even stronger players or higher rated player would suffer against Abdusattorov being in this shape. Everything goes his way. I don't know what will happen in the end of the tournament. So whom he has left, so he needs to play Alireza, exactly.
And Elianov in the last
Yes. Okay, tough opponents for last two rounds to score victories.
Yeah.
So I'm so curious to see, but anyway, it's so nice to see one player crashing. Usually that's a good story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's now
6 wins
crazy.
in a row.
Crazy that Gavin Jones, last player, managed to hold in the first round, and everything else was just...
Yeah, maybe he was clever enough to make this short draw and not to give any chance to Abdusattorov to show how strong he is.
Yep, because maybe now in this situation, Abdusattorov would have tried something else, but at that time it was a reasonable decision. We play with the black pieces. A draw is not an issue. Anyway, yeah, fabulous performance. I don't know what to say. With the player 27-50 to gain 20 points so far, it's really admirable. We saw a handshake. I believe that he will join us. Hopefully, we will get him here, because I believe that all of you would love to hear what is he up to in the next 2 rounds, because it's really impressive.
No, but I'm quite sure that he will try to win also the last 2, right? When you are winning already 6 in a row, why not to make it 7 or even 8? But of course, next round it will be tough for him. He will play with black pieces versus Alireza, so it will be a really interesting encounter.
Tomorrow we have a free day, but in 2 days he's playing versus Eliano first?
No, versus Alireza.
Okay, yeah. What could we ask for more, right? That we have that kind of game, because Alireza is of course capable of winning versus Abdusattorov. But let's listen to our winner. Let's prepare the setup.
Yep.
And we are back, business as usual. Winner is coming here, and you are winning all the time, so we expect that you come after each round. It seems so.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a great game, I think. Surprisingly, I think he was well prepared, because when I realized that when he played Queen C8, I realized that I think he was still on in his preparation, probably, because he played like super quickly, and it was like move 18 or something, and yeah, it was.
Let's dig a bit. Were you inspired especially because your ambassador came right today from Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
Some small boost for today's round.
Yeah, it's
always nice.
Always nice, yeah, to have someone that supports, and yeah, it was a great meeting.
So, Rui Lopez, but here you played this bishop b5, and he was thinking for I don't know how many minutes. Was that?
No, I think he was well prepared, but okay, he was trying to hide it maybe. So,
but bishop b5 is a normal move, right, for your opening repertoire?
I even played against Misha.
Yes. Okay. So it was a bit surprising. We were waiting.
No, okay, knight f6. Okay, is one of his main repertoires. I was expecting it. So yeah, I played d3, c3, and here after castle in a few games he played d5. Okay. I was expecting d5, but okay, ed, and okay, it's a playable position. Okay, d6 is of course main move, and I opted for most dynamic option, bishop g5, knight e7. Actually, I had an experience after knight e7 with white pieces. I won a nice game in rapid against Alexander Grishuk. We got exactly same structure, and I was kind of familiar with ideas of the position. So I went d4, take, knight bd2, it's all normal, king h8, g1, g8, g3, queen f8.
This queen f8 is...
Yeah, it's typical idea, just bringing queen on to h6 and a4, a6, very normal.
We were thinking, I think, Antoinette and I, that you might come to f1, but maybe...
Yeah, no, I calculated some line after bishop f1. I was thinking maybe f5 is an option for black. Like f5, ef, knight f5, knight c4 probably, bishop a7, and I was not sure, like...
Okay.
I played bishop d3 with idea just to stop f5, so...
Reasonable idea, yeah,
bishop
understandable.
d3, bishop g4, very logical, knight c4, bishop a7, here, bishop h5, bishop e2. And yeah, I played queen c2, and he played immediately queen c8, which was surprising to me, like...
Do you think this was where he made the mistake?
No, this was preparation, probably.
I thought it's kind of preparation, because you don't make queen c8 in like less than in 30 seconds probably. So I was very surprised, but yeah, I thought my position is, should be slightly better at least. So yeah, so I played bishop d3, bishop h5, knight h4. Yeah, after the game I told him that maybe instead of bishop h5 I was thinking knight c6 to just provoke d5. Of course, white will not play d5. No, I thought, okay, surprisingly engine is approving this d5, but okay, during the game
you were thinking about...
I was thinking, no, knight h4, just, I thought just sacrifice pawn, ed, knight ef5, and thought it's initiative for white.
Yeah, we thought that this is the point, to control the f5 square.
Yeah,
that's why
mentioning
bishop h5, knight h4 is just helping you, right? In that.
Right.
But I'm not sure what black can do in this position already.
Yeah, I think I'm already it's unpleasant, and yeah, I have just need to survive with black pieces with accurate moves, but which is of course not easy in a practical game.
So he went to bishop h5, and slowly this bishop became not so strong. And
yeah, bishop g6, bishop c4. Yeah, I just bring my rook, and okay, it seemed very nice for me.
Yeah, this decision, okay, that was a bold decision. You want to take a pawn, right?
Yeah, it's very concrete, because I want to grab pawn, but okay, engine is not approving that.
But I don't believe that this is not so good. Why? I don't. To me, it looks like a normal decision.
It's human decision.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Knight f1, important, yes. And you were pawn up, so.
Yeah, I thought, okay, I'm just pawn up, and I have to be a little bit careful, but okay, in general, it should be...
No chance for the opposite color bishops, so you will avoid that, so...
Yeah, so rook f8, bishop e6, and we got the endgame. I trade the queens, knight c6, normal, but okay,
Okay, normal, yeah.
Yeah, I thought bishop d5 takes bishop c6, bc, and yeah, I think I found this nice idea with knight e3, knight d5, because if I play d5, maybe he plays c4 and get some counterplay again, like maybe f5 later, like okay, I didn't want to open up the bishop, so I played knight e3, cd, knight d5, bishop c5, yeah, takes rook e5. King f1.
So were you thinking that there might be some technical issues to convert here, or?
Initially I thought it should be pretty much straightforward, but yeah, I think black has definitely some chances to hold. But yeah, in practical game, also with little time on
you were not worried.
I was very confident, yeah.
Okay.
Like here, 7 take, and rook d1. So yeah, after king g7, b3, we passed the time control, and okay, I was sure that it's objectively winning, but I have to be a little bit careful and.
Yeah, it helps you that you'll have always that square.
Yeah, G5, G. Yeah, I was surprised with Rook G5 because I was thinking like FG must be played because you know it stops kind of these 2 pawns and maybe at some point he will push G4. I saw Knight B5.
Okay.
Yeah, Rook E2, Rook D2, takes.
Which rook
yeah, I think it doesn't matter probably.
Yeah.
Takes, D5. Okay, I saw it should be winning,
Yeah,
but in general, like yeah.
Looks a little bit, yeah.
So yeah, after Rook G5, a Knight B5, 5 D2. Yeah, just to stabilize my position and bring the Knight to C4. I think it's very logical. B8, Knight C4, Bishop B4, D1. So yeah, I think it was pretty much.
You were spending some time, but not because you were worried. You were just.
Yeah, I had so many options, just choosing between many winning ways. So I just
Yeah, just to show here that Knight D6, Rook D8, and Knight F5. There is no fork, so you can.
Yeah, just bring the king and slowly improves position. Rook B5, and here he blundered Rook K8. But okay, Rook C8 was. It's more resistant, but yeah, G4, I thought it should be winning FG, King G4.
Okay, so basically for you, the game was sort of like complicating around here somewhere, and then maybe 10
And then when I got
moves.
this, stabilized my position with bringing like Knight E3, Knight H4, Bishop C4, D1, it was, under White's control.
One practical question, are you unhappy that there is a free day now? Because you're crushing everyone.
Yeah, I think I'm neutral. I'm happy with my performance, and I think it doesn't matter we have free day or not. So, yeah, I mean, actually tomorrow is some kind of different event. So, yeah, it's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward.
Do you questioning now your first round decision should have been played something else? Huh?
I mean, you never know. Yeah, I mean, if I had played C5, maybe it would have worked. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah, of course. You should just think about next games. Yeah, it's so nice to see how you play, and people are following, asking themselves how far you can go now with wins. So it's very entertaining. So we are quite happy that you are here. Okay, so Nodirbek, thanks, and I think that we can close today's broadcast. Antonetta, thanks for joining. Nodirbek, of course. I think it's an appropriate moment to finish our broadcast today with you. So, guys, see you in 2 days.